Let me feel your love again.
Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy Sonny, and today we are dropping a banger of a build on this channel, the AI Journal. It's going to be built with Expo, React Native. I hear you guys when you guys are asking me all the time, Sonny, go and build a native app. So I've got you covered. I've done it. This is on steroids today. So I hope you guys have got your coffee ready. Let me know where you're watching from. And if you haven't already, do me a big favor and destroy that like button. A lot of you watch right now are not subscribed. So go ahead, subscribe, like this video. Let me know where you're watching from in the comments right now or in the live chat. What's up, guys? I can see Kenya, USA, a bunch of you guys in the house, some OGs as well. We're going to go ahead and dive into a demo in just a moment, right? This is one of our biggest builds ever on this channel. I see some OGs in the house. What's up, guys? Welcome to the build. Let's go. Check it out. Bam. We have an iPhone. Interesting. Okay, so nice little change on the channel. We've got a native app today and a full CMS. Yes, we are. I told you this is on steroids. This happened. It's just the beginning. I've got so much to cover inside of this. Okay, so let's go ahead and break down a demo of this app right now, because not only is it gorgeous, I'm very proud of that, and it's repping the Papa Fam orange right now. Let's go ahead and jump through some of it. So we've got an AI journal. For many of you who don't know what journaling is, effectively you have an app where you basically can write down your thoughts, feelings, your entries of what you've been up to your week. And then the goal of this journal is that you can effectively go ahead and chat to your journal using AI. And we're going to gate it with pricing and a bunch of other stuff. So it's going to be a full build where you can monetize it, make a load of money. And we're going to even have a CMS backend where you can go ahead and update things in the back. So it's just nuts what we've done here. Let's go ahead and give it a demo. So right now you can see we've got the daily prompts. Look at this, daily prompts. And if we refresh these, you guys can see, look, more daily prompts. These are all being fed through from Sanity CMS, right? And as you can see, absolutely amazing. This is awesome. Okay. So in this case, you guys can see we've got, oh, look at this nice little, date widget here. I can see you guys. We've got the current streak as well as the best streak. How many days have I been posting consecutively? And you can see nice little updates, reminders, add new entry, view entry. Let's go ahead and see our entries at the moment. So as you can see, we are live today. Absolutely awesome. Let's go ahead and see, maybe if I keep going down. I got a promotion that day. And I even went ahead and, there's some positives, there's some negatives, imposter syndrome, a few things. Let's go ahead and do a new entry for today. Right, so I'm going to say we are now live. Right, we have this nice kind of mood selector. If I try to go ahead and do it right now, we've got validation. Right, so let's go ahead and do, we are super happy to be here. Super happy to be here. Now, because we're in the simulator, if I attach a photo, yes, we can do photos as well. It'll give me some dummy photos. Let's go ahead and put this here. We can even add captions to this and be like, this is cool, right? Another picture. Let's go ahead and throw another one in. Let's throw that one in. Boom. All of this just working nicely, beautiful. This is amazing, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the journal entries in the back end, right? Now, of course, you can encrypt this if you want to. I'm leaving it for you as a challenge to encrypt it. So that way it's end-to-end encrypted. So everyone's journal entries are private and so forth. But in this case, I've kept it clear because a demo is a demo. It's very hard to show you otherwise. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and click on save. And as you can see, it's now posting. So what this is doing is it's posting to Sanity backend, right? So now, as you can see, in a moment, this will go ahead and post. And what it did, guys, is incredible. As you can see, it went ahead, uploaded the pictures, uploaded the text. Everything is in the backend right now, okay? And as you can see, it even auto-categorized it, AI-generated categories. This is cool. If we click into it, now we can see our images load really nicely. We've got full CRUD functionality. We can edit an existing image. We can go ahead and do a bunch of stuff. Let's go back. And we can even go ahead and delete as well. So let's go ahead and, keep this one. I actually like this one. Let's go ahead and delete my old one, this one. So this one here, because this one didn't have images. I'm going to go ahead and remove that. And as you can see, that will go ahead and pop me back. And there we have it. Refreshed. Beautiful. Okay. Awesome stuff. Now, if I go into the AI chat, I can start talking to it. Okay. So let's go ahead and say, lately I'm not feeling so good. I'm not feeling so good because you guys didn't hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel, okay? So in this case, you guys can see right here, look, it's tool calling. It's reviewing all journal entries. This is an agent inside of our phone, right? And it says, I've noticed a mix of emotions in your recent journal entries. You've experienced some highs, like a promotion and accomplishing personal goals, but also some lows, such as feeling of loneliness and imposter syndrome. Now, I want to show you guys how cool this gets. Let's go to our journal entries, and these are a bunch of demo ones. I've given you them as well. So let's go ahead and find an example. Family dinner drama. This day, my dad and my brother got into a huge fight about politics. Okay, that's cool. So in this case, I'm gonna say, I'm still bothered by my family fight the other day. And imagine this is a real use case. That's an actual real use case right now, right? Look, it looks like the family dinner on October 1st was particularly troubling for you, right? A disagreement between your dad and your brother about politics, leaving you stuck in the middle. You mentioned leaving the heartache, and then it starts asking you, and then effectively you can talk to your journal. This is something which by the way, I actively journal daily, and I've yet to see that inside of a journal. So yeah, there you go. We get the head start on it. We've got daily prompts. So for example, if I don't know what I want to journal about, let's go ahead and click this one. What are you letting go of? And then that way we can go ahead and even, just go ahead and copy. Let's go ahead and get rid of this and say, I'm letting go of imposter syndrome, right? There you go. I feel great about that, right? Let's go ahead and hit save, and bam, there you go. That's another post. This is cool, right? It's very, very nice. It does it slick. It all goes ahead and updates in the backend in real time. Awesome. And look, it categorized it as personal growth. This is damn cool, guys. I can see all of the chat is absolutely popping off. All I ask is that you destroy the like button, because there's so much more that we yet to cover. Let's go to the profile section. We're on the pro plan right now, which is why I have access to the AI chat. However, what if I wasn't on the pro plan? Let's go ahead and run through that flow. Oh, look, we've got pricing and everything as well. Let's go ahead and sign out. I'm going to sign out. So full authentication flow. Thank you to Clerk, our amazing sponsor today, as well as Sanity, both incredibly powerful platforms. I'm going to dive into those in just a moment. Here we have our authentication flow. So we have the typical email password. If you go ahead and do that flow, so for example, if you create it here, it will go ahead and send an SMS to your email, and then you can go ahead and pop in a multi-factor authentication. For now, I'm going to sign in with Google, because yes, we support Google sign-in. And in this case, we're going to go ahead and do popreact.team@gmail.com. This is one of my test accounts. Now, in this account, let's go ahead and we're logged in, and you can see this is a fresh account. I don't have any journal entries, I believe. All right, so we're fresh in this account. I can't talk to the AI chat assistant. I really wanted that feature. What do I do now, right? If we go into profile, you can see I'm on the free plan, which means I can do journaling, but I can't talk to it. That's kind of frustrating. So what we can do is we can go ahead and click on upgrade to pro. Now, what this is going to do, pulls us over to our Safari browser. And in this case, I'm showing you how to use Expo to not only create a native app, but also we're creating API endpoints using Expo, and we're even creating dedicated web pages with the same Expo repo. Okay, so in this case, look, elevate your journaling, and this is where Stripe billing comes in. This is where Clerk Billing, comes in absolutely clutch. Under the hood is Stripe, but Clerk Billing is powering it. In this case, I've got a free plan and a pro plan. Okay, we can go down. You can see all the features we can get. In this case, I've just fluffed it a bit. But as we can go ahead and click on subscribe, okay, I can see what I want to do. Let's go ahead and pay with my test card right now. Let that do its thing, continue. And there we go, subscription updated. Now, if I had deployed this to the App Store, when I click this button, that will actually open the app. It's called a deep link. However, in this case, because we're on a simulator, it says you can now close this page and return to your app to go ahead and use all of the pro benefits. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and spin my app one more time. So let's go ahead and do iOS. So I'm just going to open it up again, fresh. Now, this is, you can see it's building it quickly in the back. Let's go to AI chat. And now we have the AI conversation with the pro plan. That is pretty damn cool, guys. So now I can chat to it. If I was just to say hi, for example, now it's not going to have any journal entries, right? So I can just talk to it normally about how I'm feeling and this and that. But in this case, if I was to go ahead and let's do the whole flow again, from here, let's do a daily prompt, a lesson learned recently. I learned to hit the like button, right? That's for you guys, right? Oh God, I flipped the phone. I learned to hit the like button, okay? And I'm really happy about that, right? Let's go ahead and save that. And then you can go ahead and chat to the AI about it, Okay, so that is the flow. That is how it works. And also I want to go ahead and showcase one more thing. If you are currently on a subscription, how do I manage my subscription? Okay, so in this case, I can go to my profile. I can go down here, view plans and pricing, and this will go ahead and take me to, again, the web pages that we said, and you see manage your subscription. Now I can go ahead and see all of my details. Click this, I can go ahead and go into billing. I see all my billings, I see the payment methods, I can switch a plan. And as you can see, I can go ahead and switch between different plans, annual plans, so forth. If I want the statements, I can see my statements. I can get everything I need over here. And it tells me my pro benefits and so forth. This is a huge build, period. I've not seen this before on YouTube. You guys are absolutely welcome. This is all for free. Right, let's dive into what makes something like this possible at this level in a live stream build. Right, so let's go ahead and dive in. Firstly, let's jump into some of this. Firstly, remember I told you about those categories. Right, as you can see, the categories are also here. Now, what the AI is doing behind the scenes is it's going ahead and it first, when we enter a journal prompt, it will go ahead and firstly make this a bit bigger. It will go ahead and actually check. Let me get my screen brush tool. Screen brush. Let's go ahead and do this. Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and grab that. Okay. So screen brush will go ahead, screen brush. The AI will go ahead and check. Does this exist in the back end? If it doesn't, and it feels like, you know, maybe it needs to create a new field, it will literally create a new category on the fly, and it will go ahead and do that as you create your journal entry. It's damn cool, right? It's really, really cool. It does all of that for you, right? We've got the journal entries being stored and then the daily prompts as well. In this case, the daily prompts. I wanted to show you guys, obviously, you know, if you were to have this active in the world right now, you don't want to have to redeploy your app every time to go ahead and simply update your daily prompts. You just want to come here and go ahead and do it like this, right? And in Sanity, you get all of the benefits where you can see who has edited it from your team. You can go ahead and have validation. We can go ahead and see which members are here. For example, right now it's just me, but this will show us the full revision history as well. It can have comments from other team members. It's a full CMS backend. And of course, this is also gated. So you'd have to log in and give access to this. This is damn powerful, right? So I'm going to reply to your comments in just a moment, right? Now, in this case, let's jump through it. So what makes this possible? Now, of course, when we run through the building of this app, please use the links in the description. It means that I can keep making massive apps like this. Yes, they take an incredible amount of time to build. I can do that for absolutely free, provided that the guys who were showcasing know that you're coming from this video. So firstly, Sanity. Go ahead, the link in the description. This is the last build, but it will be updated to the current build. You guys will get a free 60-day trial of Sanity when we jump into this. Now, bear in mind, the free plan is also amazing, and it allows us to do everything that we did today. So you can absolutely build this into your app for free as well, right? So you can go ahead and use that right now. The link is in the description. Sanity powers some incredible bits of tech. You might have heard of some of these companies: Luma, Figma, Anthropic. Okay. Linear, right? I use all of these, right? Sonos, I have a Sonos behind me, right? All of these are big companies, right? And it powers all of their CMS platforms. If you want more information about Sanity, head over to the website, sanity.io, and you'll see for yourself what they're all about. They have a really nice landing page, which honestly can explain it a lot better than me. But in my opinion, the things that I think are absolutely cool is the Sanity Studio, which is what I showed you previously, where we can see all of our data visually. There are so many different plugins we can also use. It's damn powerful and cool. They have real-time collaborations. They handle all of the images. The Sanity APIs, how we're synchronizing across from our app, absolutely easy and simple to use. We even have type safety with Sanity Type Gen. So much cool stuff is happening here. We are definitely benefiting from the Sanity content link as well. So the content is going to be synced across, and it's going to be working the way we expect the production app to be. Okay. So all of this is powered over at Sanity. You guys can see that no matter what you're using, they have support for it. Okay. I'll pop the music up afterwards, guys. Don't worry about it. Right. And then we have Clerk. Clerk are just, if you guys don't know about me and Clerk right now, I love Clerk, right? They're absolutely incredible. They absolutely make life so much better when it comes to developer experience and also our end users. I have SaaS companies of my own that we're using this in production right now, okay? So in this case, if we go to sign out, this whole authentication flow is powered by Clerk. And they went a step further, right? They even went ahead and included Clerk Billing in the mix as well now. So if you guys go ahead and see here, you can go Clerk Billing. You guys can see subscription billing without any of the headaches. So everything that I showed you was handled via Clerk, that pop out, the checkout, all of those things. Now, when if you've ever built a checkout process, you will understand it's a painful thing to do manually. You have to tap into webhooks and Stripe, the whole subscription cycle. Have I done it a million times? Yes. But when this came along, it was like a breath of fresh air. I use this a lot in my own stuff. It's amazing. It works. It's robust. And they have these incredible high level or higher order components such as the protect block and also some very, very useful hooks that we're going to use both in today's build that make it easy to gate certain things, right? You guys can see this for yourself, how they price themselves and this and that. But effectively, as you make money, they're just going to scrape the tiniest amount that is basically the same as Stripe or any other, payment processor out there. So that it's absolutely goated in my opinion. You guys can see for yourself if you scroll down. They've got a bunch of different authentication methods, everything you can imagine, everything that we're used to seeing, passkeys, email, SMS, one-time codes, magic links, everything is in here, right? Multi-factor authentication. And the main thing is obviously things like fraud and abuse prevention. That's where we want our app to be genuine users, not kind of, crazy stuff going on, right? So Clerk is powering all of this in the mix. It's awesome. I love it, right? Now, something I want to mention as well. You might have heard of something called MCPs, right? Make noise if you've heard of MCPs, or destroy the damn like button if you heard of MCPs. But I'm going to show you today an MCP in action. So, and the MCP that I'm going to show you is Sanity's MCP. So Sonny have an awesome MCP. I've literally spoken to the founders about it. It's really nice, right? Basically, effectively, we can add it to our cursor and then we can go ahead and authenticate our cursor. So it has tools where we can basically go ahead and say, check my Sanity database or, check my Sanity tables. Is the data inside of there? Is it not? Debug it, And it can do all of this. Now, what is an MCP? In a short, quick 5-second or so snippet, you have an LLM like GPT or Claude. You have APIs in the world. It could be any API. It could be Stripe, Clerk. It could be anyone in the world, Sanity, whoever it is. MCP is a standard that has been accepted and it sits in the middle and it basically translates LLM language into API language effectively. Basically, what the APIs can now do is they can provide this MCP server, which basically gives your LLM, your GPT, a bunch of tools to do the things that you want it to do. Effectively, like go into your Sanity database, go ahead and see who's in the database and all of that good stuff. So MCP is a very, very important thing to make sure you learn about, right? So I'm obviously talking about a ton of stuff here, so don't worry if you're overwhelmed. We're also going to be using things like Tamagui today. If you've heard of Tamagui, it's an awesome component library, I believe is the word for it, but effectively these nice looking buttons and all this stuff is going to be written with Tamagui. You might have heard of it. We're going to cover that today as well. So you're absolutely welcome. Now, all of the code in today's build, you're probably wondering, Sonny, that's going to take a lot of time to build and that's going to really be, confusing. If I get stuck at one point in time, I'm done for. I gave the whole code for free. You're welcome. The whole code for absolutely free for educational purposes, of course. But if you go ahead and you just go to the link in the description, you guys will see this form, fill out your name and your email, bam, bosh, click submit. I will send you the code for absolutely free. Right? Once you get that email, we will give you a link which will take you through and give you access to the GitHub repo. This is the GitHub repo. It has everything from this build inside of it. I've topped it up with all of the readmes, lots of dummy data sets and everything else, as well as a ton of instructions, more than I've ever done because it was a big build, right? And I kind of wanted you guys to follow along. So I'm going to show you a case of, we're going to build this together. And we're going to do it slightly different. We're going to build it together, but I'm also going to be showcasing more so the functional aspects of things because I'm assuming that you've also got the source code as well. Okay. So I'm going to be running through it in that approach. Now, if any of this is overwhelming, too confusing, don't worry. Everything is covered inside of papareact.com. Go to papareact.com/course. Check out our course and community for yourself. We teach all of this inside of there, and I have something pretty damn awesome coming. So don't worry about it. There is something pretty huge on the way, which I'm pretty sure every single one of you want to be a part of. Stay tuned, but go over there and sign up if you're interested, right? Now let's dive into the tech stack before we jump in. I think it's going to be an awesome build, and I think it's worth understanding this with clarity, down to a T, before we jump into this, right? Now we're also going to do it in a way where imagine you had designs. So I like to do it in a way where I can mock real world scenarios. So let's assume you had a client comes to you, says, hey, I want the best app built in the world. It's AI journal. Boom. They give you designs. Here you go. Beautiful designs. Nice stuff. So now here's our screenshot. So we're going to effectively reference from, and we're going to build the app off of this design, right? So imagine client can come to us, say, okay, Sonny, I want this kind of app, right? And then I'm going to be like, okay, cool. I'm going to show you how to build the whole thing now, right? Yeah, you heard it, for free. I know, crazy, right? So in this case now, I'm going to go ahead and jump through the text stack. So of course, we are using React Native, and in particular, we are using something called Expo. Now, Expo is, oh, okay, it's gone now apparently. So let's just type in React Native and it's called Expo. Now, Expo, effectively, think of it like a wrapper around React Native. It allows us to do a lot more things around the dependency management side of things a lot easier. Now, what is React Native? Firstly, let's just rewind for a second. You might have heard of React. React is an awesome library from the guys over at Meta. It was very popular and it still is popular, right? It's powering next.js and all of those things that we love, right? Now, of course, we also want to build native apps. That means iOS and Android. So that's where React Native came in. Now, React Native is effectively one code base that kind of transpiles down or compiles down into iOS and Android native code that we can then deploy to the App Store and the Google Play Store. So with that said, what we effectively have is, one code base instead of two separate code bases. And then that code effectively goes into its own separate things. But the best part is doing that, there's a bit of an issue because, you're going to have different dependencies for iOS and Android. Expo makes life way easier. Okay. So they've got a bunch. That's one of the many things that they do, but I'm not going to, we'll cover it as we touch it. We're going to use Tamagui, which is a UI library for Expo. Expo can also be a web app. Yes, it can. Absolutely. It can cover all three. So do I like using it as a web app? No, I'll be honest. I don't like using Expo as a web app. I said it. I like Next.js, period. It's just so much nicer for me. But I would definitely be using React Native and Expo for native apps. But I'm going to show you how even today, the pricing page can be done through Expo, as well as the API endpoint. So tons of value here, honestly. Sanity. Now, Sanity is a content management system. It's effectively, it just handles everything. Like whenever I hear CMS, I think of Sanity. Like it's just the two are just together in my mind, right? Whenever we do any production stuff, I've implemented this in tons of production environments. Sanity is just awesome, right? It's robust, it works, it's live by default. It's just everything that I kind of want in a CMS, it's there, right? And now, of course, with this, we've also got things like the MCP server, which is also really nice because it allows me to debug way faster. I can do things way easier, right? Then we're going to have OpenAI GPT, right? So in this case, we're using GPT. You can decide the model for yourself. You can also kind of hot swap them out because we are also going to be using Vercel's AI SDK, right? So in order to power that live streaming chat, that means at the back end of that, we're going to be covering API endpoints. And yes, you guys have guessed it, that is also an Expo. So loads of stuff happens, right? So Expo allows us to build not only on native, but also on web. And with that, we can also build API endpoints. So lots of stuff, right, is going to be covered today. Then we have Clerk, our friends over at Clerk. Now, Clerk is absolutely awesome. Again, it powers the authentication. That's what most people know it for. However, they now have Clerk Billing. So all of the billing, subscription cycle, all of that stuff is handled by billing, right? So it's going to be just clean as hell. We've got modals, everything else, like loads of stuff in here. It's absolutely ridiculous inside this build. We've also got TypeScript. TypeScript allows us to, it's a superset of JavaScript, so it sits on top of JavaScript. And effectively, it just allows us to go ahead and reduce the number of bugs by ensuring things are typed correctly. Now, what do I mean by typed? I mean like the different types of a variable. So if something is an array, if something is this specific object, if something is this, it says, nope, it cannot be anything else besides that. And that fixes a ton of bugs before you ever see them in your app, right? And of course, I'm also going to be showing you Cursor today. Why Cursor? Because one, I love the agent completion stuff, as well as we also have the MCP. I'm going to show you guys. And I'm also going to show you a realistic style of workflow, okay? Now, do I just let Cursor run and build my stuff? No, I don't. I'll be honest, I don't do that. But what I do very nicely is I use it as an assisted coding platform. So I have the agent kind of helping me do different things. I want to show you guys this because the reality is that this is the way it's going. And you guys need to understand that fundamentals count for a lot, right? So I'm going to show you guys what I would be doing. And I kind of want to give you the truth as to where the space is going, right? So we have all of this in the mix today. I think we can jump in. I think I've covered most of the tech stack because this is huge, by the way, right? So we have to, it's probably going to be a 3-4 hour build easily. So we better jump into it right now. But by the way, if you're watching the replay of this, all the timestamps will be added so you can just skip through to every bit you want, right? Before we do that, I'm going to just jump through some of the, I'm going to have a look at some of the comments in the chat right now. Firstly, welcome everyone. I can see you guys are literally dropping all of where you're watching from right now. Absolutely awesome. Appreciate every single one of you. Don't worry if you've never used React Native before. I'm going to explain every single thing, and it's going to be very, very fun and interesting, right? So in this case, and we're doing it all live, by the way, right? So it's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, let's jump into it. So what I want you to do first is we are going to go ahead and head over to Getting Started Expo. Now, typically, no, this is not the one. Sorry, I was working on my last bit. So we're going to go ahead and head over to Tamagui, right? Now, Tamagui, if we go ahead and in Google, just type in Tamagui Expo, okay? And you will see Expo Guide, the first one. Go there. Now, they've created a starter template. Now, why are we using this? Because I want you to go ahead and effectively get set up with Tamagui and this just easier in this live stream, right? So we're going to copy this for now. Otherwise, typically, we would use the Expo starters, right? Something like this, Create Expo app. But in this case, I would just want to use this to get off the ground pretty quick. So I'm going to open up my WAP. Let's go ahead and do that. Or terminal, any terminal you want is okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and simply go into the correct folder. You don't need to do that. And I'm going to paste in the following command: npm create Tamagui latest template expo router. Okay. And let's go ahead and hit enter. And of course, this is using npm. You can use whatever you want. I'm just going to say yes. It's okay to proceed. Now, here you can see we've got Expo plus Next in production ready mono repo. That's actually a very powerful combo. So I would definitely recommend you try that out. Takeout is something where you can buy from Tamagui, but Expo router is the one that I'm interested in because we want to use the Expo router with Tamagui. Okay, so go down on the keypad and then hit enter. Okay, now once that's done, it will go ahead and install. It's using Yarn to install. It's fine. That shouldn't take too long depending on how fast your internet is and so forth. Now, while that's happening, let's create some accounts that we need. All right. So firstly, remember those links in the description. You want to go there first. Step 1, go to Sanity, go ahead and click Get Started with Coupon, and I need you to log in. So I've already logged into my account. What you will then see is a create new project screen. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and call this one YouTube AI Journal app. Okay. And then we have a new organization. One thing I forgot to mention, by the way, as well, is when we are using GPT, we're actually creating an AI agent. So we're giving it tools. So I'm going to show you the whole tool flow as well. All right. And yes, I'm aware of Agent Kit that OpenAI just announced. Sick. I'm going to build something with that ASAP and show you guys. I'm using Arc browser as well, in case you're wondering. I saw a question. New organization. So we're going to put in Sonny, and that's fine. And then click on create project. And you can see coupon applied. There we go. Let's create that. And what we can then see is we should get taken to the next screen. All right. So while that's happening, we can see that one's done. So we'll go back to that in a moment. And here we have it. Now, the guys over at Sanity have made a very nice starter kit over here, right? So we're going to jump into that in a minute. But you should see boosted growth trial. That means I've just doubled your free pro features, right? So everything that we do today is available on the free plan. But if you want to try out some of their pro features, you get a double trial. So 60 days. Left in that part of it. So you're welcome, right? So in this case, we have that. Now, we also want to go to the second link, Clerk, right? So the link in the description, head over there. You'll see a link for Clerk. Click it and you'll head over to this. Authentication optimized for Expo. So they have their SDKs wired in so it works seamlessly with Expo. You guys can see for yourself. In this case, we're going to click on Start Building, okay? Now, you can go ahead and do it this route, but what I want you to do is click on the dashboard first for me. Let's go ahead and do that. And then here you can see I've already created an app. I'm going to create a new application, but for you, it'll just say create app, something like this. Then you want to do YouTube AI journal, or call it whatever you want to call it. I'm going to support email and Google because that's what we did in this build. You can feel free to add anyone you want. Create the application and then you're good and you're set. Now here, their startup pack here, if you click on Expo, you can see the steps are there. So now we've got our two things that we needed effectively set up. We've got our Sanity and our Clerk. That's our backend and also our authentication. So pause on that for a moment. Let's go back over here. And then you guys can see we have Expo project. Oh, okay. I wish they didn't call it Expo project, but that's okay. Expo Router. Oh, I called it Expo Router. Anyway, okay. So in this case, yeah, you could have renamed it something else. I'm not going to do the whole renaming thing now. But in this case, we're there. CURSOR cursor dot. Okay. And I'm going to do open. Now, if I do by writing cursor dot, it basically opens it up in Cursor. You can download Cursor for free. I pay for Cursor, full transparency. Why do I pay for it? I use it a lot, right? I don't rely on AI, but I do use Cursor. Yeah. I know there's lots of them. There's tons that are out there at the moment. Oh, you know what? Actually, we're not using this. I just realized. Did I not go that route? Sorry, guys. We're not going this route. Okay. Rewind on that front, right? Cancel that. My bad. We actually didn't use the Tamagui starter in the end. I forgot to update my notes. Okay. What I want you to do is go to the Expo guide and we're going to do this bit. We're going to start with the Expo project, right? So that's it. Yeah. Damn it. Okay. I messed up. All right. So in this case, that's fine. We can go ahead and do CD documents builds and then npx create Expo app template, Expo template blank TypeScript. Okay. We're using a template to get started. And then what is your app name? Okay. Let's call this YouTube AI journal. Remember, all of this is going to be uploaded afterwards, so you're absolutely welcome to watch it at your own pace. Also, we're just about to smash 100 likes. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys so much. Absolutely awesome. I'll turn the music up a little bit. So let that install, do its thing. After that, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add Babel plugin to our project. So that will be a next step. And then we're going to go ahead and move through things. So that's going to be the next step. And then we're going to update the Babel config to add in a bunch of this. I remember not using, it's really baffling me right now because I'm thinking, okay, let's try it anyway. I'm going to show you either way, we'll get it working. It doesn't matter. CD YouTube AI journal. And then we're going to go ahead and do cursor dot like that. Okay. Close that. And now we have a blank app. So this is as blank as it gets. Yeah, it's an empty app. Wait a minute, that's too blank. Index.js. What is going on today? That's not the starter template I used. So, okay, so somewhere something changed. We need to find my starter template again. Frustrating. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so okay, we'll figure it out. So in this case, I think it could have been that then. Let's go back to the first one. My God, CD documents, and then what was it called? It was called Expo router. CD Expo. Yeah, okay, so we called it CD Expo router. So let's go back into that first starter template. All right, we're getting there. Don't worry. This is why I like doing it live. Things ain't perfect all the time. Okay. Here we are. Lovely. All right, now we're back. This one. There we go. Let's just start from here. I will show you the way. Okay. So at this point now, you can do a git init. For some reason, it's not done. Git init to start your git. Yep. And then what I want you to do is do npm run start just to spin up your environment. Just get it running firstly. Okay. So starting project users. There we go. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull my phone over here. Okay. And then you can see we can either run it on a different port. So I'm going to cancel the other app for now. All right. And let's run this again. So you can see this app will actually die if I tried refreshing. Yep, there you go. And then we have this. The installed version of your project is project you opened uses SDK 53. Okay, we have to upgrade our Expo. So in this case, we're going to click on that link right there. Head over here. And we should have, let's go ahead and do that. I'll show you guys, don't worry. We need to upgrade Expo. So in this case, npm install Expo 54. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to stop the server, command C, sorry, control C. Yeah. Install Expo. And then this is why I give you guys the code as well, by the way, full transparency, because there's a lot of setup things which could go wrong, right? So in this case, we have a few peer dependencies which are a bit not playing well together. What's going on here? Wait, am I on React 19? Let me just check. So I am on React 19. Is this on React 19? Yeah, okay. There you go. I mean, I'm on 19.1, but anyway. Okay, so in this case, that did it. Now let's do npm run start. We're getting there, guys. All right, npm run start. There you go. And then we have it. So you get a QR code. You can scan this on your local network. You can go ahead and actually scan your phone and it will literally open up Expo Go. And yes, we picked orange for the iPhone. And as you can see, you can go ahead and just like scan that and it'll work, right? So you basically pull up an app and you can do it there. So we're using Expo Go right now. I'm going to hit I to open the simulator. Now, if it says simulator not found, you need to download either Expo if you have a Mac. If you don't have a Mac, then you need to go ahead and, oh my God, that's crazy. All right, we're going to fix a bunch of issues today. If you don't have a, this is wild. 1 minute. This is bothering me so much. Make sure if you rebuild the name code, boom, because, okay, so I need to do a restart on my cache. Very frustrating. Do you know what? I'm just, a part of me is thinking there's too many things that are different. We have a package lock and an npm lock. What is going on? Why do we have that? Yarn package lock. Let's firstly get rid of that. Let's fix that. Okay, what's going on here? I think that was me. But let's get rid of the yarn. We're gonna stick to npm. Let's do an npm I. Just fix that. Okay, we've got loads of peer dependency clashes. Let's do npm update. Let's see what we can get updated. So it's frustrating me. I feel like I used a different template, but I've gone so far in this build that I'm completely baffled as to which one I used. Okay. Let that do its thing for a moment. I believe this could be the missing bit, to be fair. In the meantime, while that happens, let's debug live already, I guess. I'm gonna see. I either use Tamagui or I either use Expo template. Create Expo app. That's why I like doing it live. You guys get to see the absolute raw of the raw. What happens? No modules. Okay, so so we could potentially do it without a template. I believe that might be the way, just to get this off the ground clean. You know what? Rewind. In the timestamps, I'll make it super simple. We're going to close this app. I've got an idea. I'm going to make this so easy for you guys that it's just fail safe. Go to Expo docs, just do npx create Expo app latest. It's not worth me showing you a way that's just not going to be consistent, right? npx create Expo app latest, and we're going to call it YouTube AI journal final. Okay. So that way it's just the absolute. All right. We've all been there. All right. Now in this case, download and extracted project files, npm install. I'm hoping by default it's using TypeScript. Otherwise, I will literally throw this computer out the window. Let's wait until it does this thing. Quick little water break. With bugs and how to solve is the real tutorial. I 100% agree. In the meantime, what I can show you is if you see this example, so like here, even blank TypeScript, that's one, but you can see that that's what we did last time. I didn't want that one. I wanted the tabs, I believe. Yeah. Tabs is a good starting point, to be fair. Expo examples. I mean, the demo goes, of course, against me. Do we have with maybe Tamagui? No? Okay. There you go. So it's done, right? Now, let's go ahead and cd into that and do cursor. Okay, now we're back. All right, cool. Now, this is why I started it earlier today, by the way, as well. All right, so I knew it was going to be big, but now we have app, and then this is better, yeah. So we've got tabs. They're cool. This is what we should have done. Just use the regular install. I don't know why I tried getting all fancy. All right, now I want you npm run start. This is actually what I used, yeah. I did it manually. We're going to hit I for iOS. Now remember, if you, like I was saying before I rudely got interrupted by that error, let's refresh it. Is if you don't have a simulator, we're going to go ahead and I want you to either, if you haven't, firstly, we've done it. All right. If you don't have a simulator, go to Xcode on Mac, install it. It's free. Go to start a demo project. It will basically kick up a simulator or download something called Orbit. Orbit is a very handy tool. It will look something like this, or Expo Orbit, and then basically it'll be in the pop-up in the top bar somewhere. Right, and right now I've got too many things in there. So I want you to go ahead and do that first. Now, once you have that, you can actually create your simulator on the iPhone. If you have a Windows or a Mac, it's okay. You just need to go ahead and go to Android Studio, and then you can get your simulator there. So you basically need to set up Android Studio, do all of the prerequisites, get up and running, and then get an Android device up and running, right? Now you can see here it says A for Android or I for iOS simulator. Hit refresh, R to go ahead and refresh in the terminal. And that's how you can see that we can open the menu, debugger, and so forth. So now you got the tab view and so forth. Okay, this is good, right? So now next step is I want to go ahead and set up Tamagui, right? So now we don't have to deal with any of that rubbish, right? What was going on? So here we are. We've already done all of this. Let's npm install Tamagui Babel plugin, okay? And let's just do it from scratch now. And I want to show you this as well because honestly, regardless of what every single tutorial may seem like, and it's crystal clear and perfect, guys, it's not reality. Like, I get stuck just like everyone else. I get stuck as well. And then this is the reality where we go ahead and debug and we fix it, right? So I want you guys to see that and understand that it's a normal thing, yeah? So in this case, these are mandatory steps, by the way. We need to do this because we need the processed env environment variables and so forth. So update the Babel config. So in this case, let's go over here. We do not have a Babel config, right? So in this case, we need to create a Babel config. Now, what I want you to do is I'm going to create a Babel config.js. And in here, I'm pasting in the following. So I've added this, all of this code is inside of the GitHub repo that I've given you guys. We're doing a Babel preset expo. And then basically it's literally this, like it's literally the same as this, right? So you want to go ahead and grab that and copy it and paste it in, okay? Whenever you do something like a Babel config change, by the way, it's very likely that you will need to go ahead and actually restart your server, just FYI. Next up, we need to go ahead and create a Tamagui config file, okay? So in this case, Tamagui config file.ts, copy that, paste it in, okay? And of course, we clearly don't have some stuff installed, so we're gonna go ahead and fix that as well. I'm just gonna change one thing on my other monitor. I have Zen mode on, which is kind of throwing me off a little bit. That's better. All right, so even in here, yeah, I don't have Zen, that's fine. But what I want you to do is we need to add Tamagui into your package JSON. So we need to install this and Tamagui. So the way to do that is Command J, npm I, Tamagui, and Tamagui, like so, Tamagui. There we go. Yeah. And you want to, oh, okay. Interesting. Am I in the right place? npm install, Tamagui. You can, okay, weirdly. Okay, it's first you have to install Tamagui. So npm I, Tamagui. And then the next one is the Tamagui config. So if you've never done an install this way, I think it's actually worth showing you this. Tamagui, I think it's just the config. It's not a v4 situation. They need to probably update their documents. So while that's happening, yep. And then we're going to do npm I at Tamagui config. Let's try one more time, /4. I don't think that is a thing. Yeah, so npm I Tamagui config, right? There you go, just /config. That's the one we want. And then we need to go to our config and we should see that this should be resolved. So give that a moment. Sometimes you need to comment it out, and that's okay. And then, yep, that's gone. Okay. We can come back to that afterwards. Then we need to update the app layout. So go to app layout. And this is effectively similar to how we do it in next.js, right? I believe I'm using rectangle, right? PresLab goes, Sonny, pretty soon I will release to prod my own app. I just bought the dev account for Google Play. Hey, that's what I'm talking about, PresLab. And I will reply to you, dude. I've been just maxed out busy, but I'll get back to you. He's asking for one-on-one sessions, which we do, by the way. So if anyone's interested, hit us up on email. All the stuff is in the description, right? So next up, what we want to do is import a bunch of stuff in here. Now, what I want you to do is you can see copy this, and we can actually just replace here everything. Tamagui web CSS. Now, I don't think we're actually using that, which is why I think I don't have it on mine. So we don't need to import that. We can get rid of that right for now. To enable, oh, and also before we do that, let's save that file. Go up here, Metro configuration guide. So what I want you to do is, oh, here it was, guys. I skipped a step. It was my fault. Install that command and then adjust your Metro config. So let's go to Metro. We don't have a Metro config. Right, so this is where all the files are coming from. All right. Did I even do that on my own? Metro. I don't even think I did that. Oh my God. Sonny, that's no good. All right. So let's do that. Let's do Metro config. This may change my build now because I actually skipped this step. I was just racing ahead. Metro config. Yes, pop that in. And that's what was outputting to Tamagui web CSS. Okay. That's why I didn't have it on my build. Interesting, right? Even though still it's not being generated, but however, if we restart our server now, let's see it now. So stop the server, npm run start. And let's do I to open iOS. Let's see, is anything being generated on the fly? Tamagui web CSS, there you go. And if we hit a refresh, now you can see it's there. Yeah, so damn it. That's why I probably didn't see some of my styling. Oh my God. Okay, the app might look a bit different now because I didn't actually have that. Oh, frustrating. Anyway, we got there. So we did that. We did that step. Let's go back. So that was the step that we shouldn't have skipped over. Go down. We've done this. Set up Tamagui. From here, you can follow the installation and configuration documents. Install the Expo font package. Cool. And you can see MPX Expo install. When you see an Expo install, I want you to pay attention because Expo install basically is doing a special type of install where it installs Expo font but handles the dependencies for Apple and Android. So it does it in a very nice way, right? So it's configuring a few things in app.json and all that stuff. Now, we can go ahead and, use different fonts and so forth. I don't think we've actually even bothered to go to that extent, to be fair, but we can. You want to do that, you can go ahead and do that yourself. I'm not so much. Yeah, I'm not going to do that, right? So you can do that if you want, right? So in this case, there's no point using that. But if you want to, in your first screen, so we could do it here. So you could have it effectively rendering out underneath, but I'm not going to use it today, right? So that's fine, right? So in this case, first time using Expo. Yeah, so once we've done all of that, I want you to do a -c run, right? And then also here, they're saying that you should clear the cache every time, right? So I believe Expo does this by default, but let's check anyway. So let's do a hard refresh. And one thing I did notice, which might be a bug on their side, but there is a few errors over here. So we get a couple of these things. These are warnings, the yellow. I wouldn't worry too much, but it's in the node modules. So it's something which, yeah, it's going to flood your terminal a little bit, which is kind of frustrating. But if anyone gets a fix for that, let me know. Now, we hit R to refresh. You should see our app still working. Cool. That's great. Now we've got access to Tamagui, right? Now, in this next step, we can start using Tamagui stuff. Okay, that was the main point of this. So let's take an example of that so I can show you why all of that effort was even necessary. Let's go to tabs, which is where we've got the tab controller. Let's go to our layout and you can see that different screens, the index and the explore screen. Let's go to our index screen. And here we've got a bunch of stuff, this parallax view and so forth. we've got a welcome. I just want to show you a quick demo of a button. So let's go ahead and type in button, and you can see now it pulls from Tamagui. So Tamagui effectively, it's just so let's just pull in a button. You can see like there's a button there, right? Now that button, all it now has, which is the reason why I want to use Tamagui, is if we press spacebar, you can see I get all of these different things now. So say for example, I want padding, I can do P. Say I want padding only on the Y, I can do padding Y equals, and then I can go ahead and give it a value. So in this case, if I want to give it, let's just give it like a bigger value, so it's drastic, 50. You can see that I gave a huge value, for example, right? And that's obviously going to screw up a bit. Now, if I was to kind of, change it slightly, make it smaller, you can do this. So effectively, it kind of like Tailwind CSS, it's just giving us these inline attributes, and even the background, we can change the color. Now, something I want you to pay attention to is if we did background, for example, and then we did this $sign, you can see we've got all of these different colors here, like blue, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are similar to Tailwind CSS. So if I typed in blue 9, you can see there's a hue of blue. If I went to blue 4, somewhat lighter. So we also get these and things like that, right? So all of these things in the mix, you will go ahead and get, right? So that's the reason why we did that, because we're going to be using Tamagui components. Now, let's jump forward. Back to, let's go ahead and set up. Firstly, we need to set up Clerk. So inside of Clerk, let's go to our dashboard. So in your dashboard, you should actually see a nice little setup. Here we are. Yep. So this is the dashboard I wanted to show you. Expo. So here we have it. npm install Expo Clerk Expo. We need that. What am I doing? Yep. So Command J, pull this to the side. And again, only if you see red is what we're going to focus on. So npm install Clerk Expo. Next up, set your Clerk keys. Notice how in next.js we have next public. In Clerk, we have Expo public for the public Expo key. So in this case, I'm going to copy, and I need to create a .env file. Tamagui, part of that setup, allowed us to have a .env file. So in this case, .env.local, I'm going to paste my publishable key. Okay. Now let's go ahead and close that. And let's go down to the bottom. Yep, there we go. And that's Clerk's installed. And now we need to add a Clerk provider to our top level layout. So we go to our layout in the app directory, and here we're going to have a Clerk provider. So let's go ahead and pop in let's pop this out, sorry. Clerk provider, like so. Go down here, and you can see if we were to go ahead and get we need to import that like so. Now we've got Clerk, okay? And then we also have to do something called the token cache. So token cache allows our user session to be actively stored and remained. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and do npm install expo secure token. Let's go ahead and pop that in. Once that's done, we can then go ahead and append this right here, token cache. So over here, pop in token cache. And now what we're doing is we're just going to go ahead and import that from the following. Okay. Again, all of this in the code in the description, right? Protect your auth routes in the layout. So this is the old way of doing route protection. So we're going to do a much better way than this that I will show you. You'll be very impressed with how we do it as well. Okay, we're going to have protected routes from Expo. Now, let's jump forward a little bit. So firstly, inside of our app, you'll notice how sometimes missing publishable key. So sometimes what we need to do is also go ahead and stop the server, restart our server to pull in our environment variables like here. So now it will pull in the environment variable, and then to refresh the app from the terminal, click the terminal, hit R. Or if it closes like that, like that, then press I to restart in iOS, or A to restart in Android. By the way, even if you have a Windows, if you have an iPhone, you can actually develop on your iPhone by just scanning the QR code that pops up at the top. So you can actually still develop for iOS even on a Windows by using your iPhone. Pretty cool. Okay. Now, there we go. Now we got past that issue. That's great. Next step is I want you to go ahead, and this is the next bit where you have to do sign in, sign up, and all that stuff. Before we do that, I want to mention, you notice how here we have this top area. So sometimes in some phones we have a notch, or we have the bottom area. That's known as a safe area. We need to effectively use a special component to protect the safe area later. So we're going to wrap our entire app in something called a safe area provider. And then we're going to import that from React Native safe area context, right? So we're going to need that later on. Yeah. Now, the next step is we need to create these routes. Okay. So the way we're going to do this is slightly different. So I want you to first look into here. We have app folder and then we have tabs, right? So I want to create a new folder right now called app. And this is going to represent the entire app. And the reason why is because we're going to have a certain a bit of layering to this app, right? Grab the tabs and pull that inside of app. Okay. Now you'll notice that nothing broke, right? So everything still works. If we hit a refresh, it still works. It's just we're getting a different slight navigation header. That's fine. In the layout, that's fine. That's because our root over here, we need to go ahead and define to not show certain headers and so forth, but we'll address this afterwards. For now, at the app level, I want you to create a new file called signin.tsx. Now, I'm going to use the one that I have here because we're going to try and save a little bit of time here. But effectively what we're doing is we're copying and pasting this one, sign in and sign up. All of the code, however, is in the GitHub repo. So in this case, if I go ahead and pop in sign in.tsx, and again, it's not in the tabs, it's next to it, but in the app folder. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste. Oops. I'm going to paste the one. This is from the code in the repo. Okay. So you will see that we have a few things here, right? So this has done a bunch of stuff. Now, the main logic, you will get the same logic from these, the bit that Clerk gives you. It's the same thing, right? It's the exact same thing. All we're adding is a modal, which I will show you how to install. We are handling when the user presses the sign in button. So down here, we just have a bunch of styling and sign in and so forth, right? We have a purple color. In this case, you know, we need to define why is this erroring out and so forth. But we need to create a couple of these missing components. Firstly, let's create our logo. The logo is going to represent this bit. So I want to go ahead and show you, pop it here. The logo will represent this, where we use it throughout the project in a few areas. So what I want you to do, go to components, create a new component called logo.tsx. Now, inside of our logo file, let's go ahead and do this. This is what we need to effectively build. So Tamagui Lucid icons we need to install. I want you to copy that and I want you to do npm I Tamagui Lucid icons. Now in today's build, we are going to be effectively chopping and chunking in code at quite a fast rate because there is so much in this build. But again, the code is there. It's free. I've given it to you guys. I will explain more so the functional part of it and what we're using. So you might see these Y stack and these X stacks. What is that? That is effectively a view, but it's applying flex rules by default. This is a column stack. This is an X stack. Now, if you want more information about that, just go over to Tamagui over here. And then what you'll see is it's actually in the UI kit. Go down, up. Maybe it's in this one. Stacks. Okay. To stacks. There you go. So here we go. Optional base for creating flex base layouts. So there's XYZ stacks for easy flex layouts. So you effectively, everything gets installed by default when we did Tamagui. And effectively, you can see here, we've got an X stack with Y stacks in between and so forth. Like, it's effectively just making life a bit easier when we're styling. So you can feel free to look at exactly what it's doing, but it's flex based, it's Flexbox rules, right? Now we're applying a background padding. Some styles I couldn't get to work with the components. So you'll see I'm using inline styles, right? I will either do it this way or I'll have style sheets at the bottom where I just reference it. Depends on how big it got, okay? Now, if we pass in text to our logo, it will go ahead and show that like so, okay? So this bit firstly, why don't we see BG purple? Well, we need to update something called our theme. I believe it was our theme or it was inside of our Tamagui config. So I'll show you guys inside of our, yeah, it was in our config. So if we go to our Tamagui config, I am going to have a few colors that I want to customize. Okay. So right now we don't extend anything effectively, right? We have create Tamagui config. The default config is what we're using, right? So we don't want to use the default config. We want to add some of our own custom styles to the mix, right? So how do we do that? Well, firstly, I'm going to go ahead and pull in our custom tokens. Now here I've saved you a bit of trouble. These custom tokens, firstly, let's import from Tamagui. This is colors, and we're basically adding these shorthands. So you saw when it said $purple1, these are all referencing these colors. These are just, again, purple hues that are going to like be our app in our app. We have something for the radius, Z index, space, and also size, right? Then we're going to have a base theme. So this is going to be, I don't know if we still use this in the end, but I have it here, so I'm going to keep it here for now. But then we're going to create our config by extending the current default. So right now we're just passing a default. What we're going to do is we have our config, we spread the current default, and then we override the tokens by adding our custom tokens, like so. And then we go to the themes, we extend the current themes by including them, and then we override the purple, right? Now, at this point, I was rewriting some code before. Now, what I want you to do is use that config instead. So now we have our purple hues and everything, okay? So now, if we go back to our logo, you can see that we've got these purple kind of combinations, right? So you can see that now it's got the autocomplete, okay? Go back to sign in, and you see the logo's fixed. Now we need the sign in with Google, all right? Now, inside of their in their documentation, you can see that it goes through and shows you a bunch of stuff and how to use it. Inside their documentation, they do have this sign in with Google component. I believe it's, if you go to their Expo guide, you will see here, if I want to go and did something, sign in with Google. There is a really nice example somewhere in the documentation, right? But instead of showing you it, I'll just show you the code because we already have it. So sign in with Google, let's create a new component called sign in with Google.tsx. And you can either use your snippets, React Native functional export. So in this case, you can use that. And again, that is just in the App Store, the extension store. If you type in on that one, if you type in ES7, then you'll see ES7 React Redux React Native snippets, right? So sign in with Google. Here, we're going to replace this. I've done the work for us. This code is available inside of Clerk, right? So it's actually available in Clerk, so you can see it. What this is doing is when they click the sign in with Google button, it spins up a social sign-in flow, right? So when we press it, we have a memorization here, but basically we have it creates a sign-in flow for Google, and then it will go ahead, and if it was created, it will go ahead and set our active session and so forth, okay? You can feel free to find that on Clerk, but just trust me, it's there. And then I've got the button, which is a Tamagui button, and I render out the following styles. Is it even a Tamagui? Yeah, it's Tamagui button, yeah? So in this case, let's go ahead and close that. And then now, if we were to change that, there we go. Next up, final, we have the modal. The modal is an interesting one, guys. So the modal actually comes from the Expo kit. I did it from here. So we have a modal, the modal. Modal. It was it? I always get lost in the bloody thing. It's not here. It's not here. They have two very similar looking pages, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. So, no, wasn't that one? Alert panel. I think it was this one. Alert dialog. So similar to this, yeah, I believe it was this, right? But we're gonna go ahead and fix this and use it out now anyway. So we need to create that, right? So firstly is create this modal context. So the context is essential because we need to know at the higher level. So context is essentially a wrapper around the entire app. Similar to the stand Redux, whatever you're using, it's just a data layer. Think of it like an onion. It's basically just surrounding your app, and you've got different layers that you can store information in. Each layer of context can store some information. So for example, if we have a modal context, I can say at any point in the app, is the modal open? And I can set that value as well. So anywhere in the app, I can access that global context. So that's effectively what we're about to do. So I'm going to create a context folder. So contexts, and then I'm going to create a modal context. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in now, and I'll explain what's going on here. So this code is in the GitHub repo, right? But this effectively is a modal provider. So this is called a modal context. Now, what does this do and what's it consist of? Well, in this case, we've got some config and we've got an open state. We have some helper functions. Show modal is very simple. It just sets modal config. It sets open to true. Same with hide modal. It will wait for animation and then it will go ahead and do the following. Same for handle confirm. It will go ahead and prompt you to say, do you want to go ahead and close that? Are you sure? And then it will go ahead and pop that as well. So handle cancel will go ahead and hide the modal and so forth. Now, what is this? This effectively is a higher order component pattern. And basically we are passing in the show modal and the hide modal. And then we have our modal inside of this. Now, this is a dialogue. So in this case, it comes already from Tamagui. So we didn't have to do it. So it was from the alert dialogue. So as you can see here, this one here, right? Tab more agentic. So someone just asked, do I use agentic code? Now, more so what I will use when I'm coding a lot of the time is I will use the composer agent over here. I tend to use this quite a bit, but I reject most of it, if I'm honest. I'll use it more for refactoring, things like that, right? So here we have a bit of TypeScript checking as well. And then this is all of the styling for the modal. And I'll show you what I've done here effectively. We have two types. We have an informative modal, if we pass in modal type dialogue, and I have an alert modal. So we're going to use these later. So for example, if there's anything wrong with your login process or whatever, that's effectively how we're going to do that. So let's go ahead and see now that goes away. Let's go down in our sign-in flow. And as you can see, I can simply just call show modal here. So const show modal equals use modal. So this is why it's so powerful. So I can just tap into that anywhere in my app, and I can also go ahead and get the hide modal function. So now down later on, when we try and do a sign in, when I click the sign in press button, what it's going to do is it's going to basically try and do everything. If there's an error, we just show modal, type dialogue, title error, description. Whoops, an error occurred, please try again. And this could be an alert really, but in this case, it could be, for example, if you just, canceled it nicely or whatever. I was testing both of them out. Now, the last thing we have is this href, and this is failing because we don't have that route, right? A sign like we don't have that route. We need a sign up route. Now, how do we do that? Well, we need to create a sibling next to this. So we're going to create a sign up.tsx. It is some exquisite code. Thank you, dude. So we have the sign up next. The sign up, very similar. Again, all of the base is from Clerk. They give us this base. You have access to this code. I will keep saying it a million times so that way. So if you join this video late, you can see effectively a bunch of styling, which is what we saw in this. This is all the styling for this, right? And then effectively we have the pending verification. All of this again was in that Clerk start. All that's doing is the multi-factor authentication step. So you can see here on sign up press, start the sign up process using email and password. It will try to do it. It will prepare email address verification with an email code. And then we've got loading states. And then of course, if anything went wrong, I show an error at that point with an alert. Okay. When we pop in our code, what should happen is effectively going to go ahead and do that flow. Okay. So now we have our sign in and our sign up, and notice how it stops complaining because we have access to it. And then you can see here, if I do / use let, it can see all of the different routes. Okay. So that's why sign up no longer freaks out. Okay, cool. So what's next? So we have the sign in and the sign up, but our app don't look nothing like my app, the main one. Okay. So the top level of our app is the layout here. So this is where the journey begins. So what I want to do is inside of this, we're going to replace this top stack with we're going to cut that and we're going to replace it with a slot. A slot is basically just a page. Now, what is that page doing? That page is effectively just going ahead and why is my IntelliSense not? Yeah, it's working. Yeah, slot. Yeah. So in this case, all that's doing is a stack was basically stacked. So you can click through pages, go back, you have headers and so forth. A slot renders a single page. Now, what page is it looking for? It looks beneath its tree. So it'll look inside the app folder and anywhere beneath here. It's searching for an index. It's searching for it finds the index. The index is reliant on the layout above it, and that has tabs. So that's how it's working effectively, right? So in case you're wondering how this thing thinks and so forth, like, or how the logic applies here, right? So going back to the layout.tsx, now you can see the app is still fine. If we hit R in the app, we refresh, it's still there, right? But we want to control this a bit more, right? And what happens in this? So let's go to our layout. We're going to go to the next, which is the app. So at this level, create a new layout.tsx. You're probably wondering, oh, this is confusing now. No, it will find, and naturally these have precedent. So this one is the highest level, then it attacks this one, then it goes for that one. So each one gets applied at that each point, right? Now, if we were to do this with the snippets, React Native functional, or this, oh no, I want to do not that one, sorry, React Native functional, that one. Let's call it layout. Okay. Now this layout, to keep it very straightforward, accesses our authentication. So if we used use auth from Clerk Export, I can tell if the user is signed in or if they're not, right? Or if it's loading. If it's loading, I just want to show a simple spinner. Tamagui makes this easy by basically passing us the following, right? That's the same as basically an activity monitor. Okay. So if I hit a refresh now, we should see a little spinner, but it says sign up or something up there. It says layout at the top. You see it's out of the safe area view, right? What we want to do for this layout's not going to return something. It's going to return a stack of screens below it. Okay. Once you understand the concept of stacks, it really does start to make sense. Matt Dev, yo, what is up, dude? Welcome to the stream, right? So we have the stack parent. So let's go ahead and pop in the stack parent. And then we have each individual root. Now, typically what you're used to seeing is stuff like this, right? So a screen, for example, is tabs. Now, as you can see, it found the first one, and now we have our tabs back. This is what we typically would do in apps, right? We'll have like loads of different screens and they'll just kind of stack up like so. Now, this is where it gets very nice because in this case, we've got tabs, we've got sign up, sign in. Okay, so let's add the sign in and the sign up screens, right? So let's go ahead and say, we can access the sign in and the sign up screens. And all of this is stacked, right? So in this case, if I was somehow to get to the sign up screen, how would that work? Now, here's where it truly becomes in a league of its own with Expo protected routes. We can add stack.protected. So we do stack.protected, and then we have something called a guard. Okay. So that inside of here is we're saying you only get access to these routes if you're signed in. Okay. So think about it. Tabs should go in there. Now, use modal must be used within a modal provider. I forgot that step. Let's go back to our layout. First thing we need to fix that. So let's go back to our layout. And underneath the Tamagui provider, we're going to add in our modal provider. Okay, let's add in our modal provider. You can see why I gave you the code now, right? And as you can see, wait, why is it showing us that screen now, right? So if we go to our layout, you see, are we signed in? No. So we don't get access to these screens. So next it will find the sign in screen, right? If I was to put the sign up above it, watch what happens. If we hit a refresh, you see, that's the first screen, right? So that's how that works effectively. So we want the sign in screen to be next in line. So that's absolutely what we wanted. And then we can have something called an alert modal as well. Right, so stack.screen alert modal, and that's going to be the modal. And notice how that one's presentation is modal, right? And if we just check inside of our code, I believe we have, so we're not using it yet. Okay, but there will be an alert modal down the line. I actually don't know if we got rid of that. I think we actually got rid of that. We did get rid of that. Yes, we don't need this. Yeah. So we'll go rid of that. You guys can imagine so much stuff happens when we build these apps. Right, so now at this point, let's log in. Okay, so we can do the normal flow, or we can do the sign in with Google. In this case, I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to do sign in with Google firstly. And before we even do that, sorry guys, if we click sign up, you guys can see like create account, and we can click sign in to go back, and it pops off of the stack. All right, sign in with Google. Let's do that, and then I want to do Sonny Sangha. So this has now created a Clerk user for me. It's logged me in, and what we should see now is I should get directed to the tab screen. So in this case, why am I not directed to the tab screen? You're probably wondering, right? But if I hit a refresh, I would be. But I don't want to do that because the user wouldn't do that. So we need to make sure we have a stack protected guard to be like, you're not allowed access to these auth screens if you were authorized. So in this case now, what we do is we shift these inside of a stack protected block, and we say only if you're not signed in, you go to those screens. And you see what happens? Pow, we are now in this screen, right? So if I hit a refresh now we've gated it correctly. Okay, so that's much better, right? So the next nice step for clarity's sake is we need a sign out button to test our entire flow. So I'm going to have a sign out button. I've created one for us. They also gave us one in the Clerk documentation. So sign out button looks very simple. It uses Clerk, sign out hook, use Clerk hook, and handle sign out. It just prompts us, say, are you sure you want to sign out first? If that is the case, it will do it on the press of that sign out. And we notice how we don't need to do a router push because we already have our protected routes and we have a simple button with red colors. Okay, so let's add that into our index page, which is the home page, this one. Let's throw it under here, for example, sign out button. Let's pop it in like so. Oh, that's taking so long. And now you can see that there's a sign out button. If I click that, are you sure you want to sign out? Sign out. Now my protected routes will throw me out. And if I try to go back, I can't. It's completely changed the stack. That's awesome, right? Now let's also show the sign up flow so you guys can see everything. If I do sunny.sangha plus test@gmail.com, I pop in a password, for example, I click create account. Okay. In this case, whoops, an error occurred. And if I look at this, password has been found on the data breach. I just used the easy password, ABC. So it wasn't secure. So in this case, whoops, an error occurred, popped up. Right. And that's our modal in action. Right. Now, in this case, I need to use something really kind of complex. So in this case, I'll just do some kind of like, I don't know what that was, but let's just see. Okay, even that one apparently. So I'm going to pop in something drastic. I don't know. Let's just pop in something like so. Okay, so I popped it in and then I went to not now and verification code. So we've sent a verification code to your email. Right at this point, you see, very, very nice. Now, what I want to do is I will check my emails. So Jay, can you just check our emails and just give me the code, please? But that we will get a nice little code come through our emails now. And then that will go ahead and give us access to the next step. So we have it. It's 937715. Verify email. And then boom, we're in. Awesome. And notice how I can't go back because the protected route changed up the entire stack. That's awesome. Let's sign out one more time. And then I'm just going to stay logged in now from my Google. So our auth flow is done. Okay. So this is going to be our main account because I want to have my Google stuff. Okay. Nice. There we have it, guys. So we have full authentication flows done. Okay. And that was quite simple compared to what it could be if you had to custom do that. All right. We're almost at 200 likes as well. Destroy that like button if you're enjoying this video. There's so much value here. You're getting an entire free app. So all I ask is you hit the like button. Okay. So next up, what I want you to do is let's have a look. So this is nowhere to be what we want it to be, right? So we've done this flow. So I can actually go ahead and just get rid of that right now. Oops. Yeah, I'll just delete it. And then let's go into let's do our home page. Good afternoon, Sonny. There we go. Right. Now, in order to do anything at this point, we need data. We need back-end data that we can basically push and pull into, right? Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense on working any more forward than this. So this is where we need to set up Sanity. So we have data that we can start manipulating entries, journal entries, and so forth. So we set up Sanity early on in the beginning. So if we go back to our Sanity setup, remember the link was in the description. We went to that. You can see this npm create Sanity at latest, right? And this has a bunch of stuff, which is like, you know, the commands. You can go ahead and copy your one, or you can just run npm create Sanity latest, right? But in this case, I'm just going to copy the whole line. And this is actually going to name it output path as well. So I want to copy everything up until output path. I want it to ask me that. Actually, you can copy the whole thing. I'll show you what you do instead, right? So, and Simeon done a very nice video in here as well. So you can definitely go and watch that. So what I want you to do is pop open your terminal, go to the side, and I want you to paste in that value. But here, change the output path to just call it Sanity, right? So effectively what we're doing now is we're actually creating, see, I'm already logged in. So it would log you in if you weren't logged in the CLI. Package manner used for installing, I think we went with we went with npm in the end. So npm. Now, what is this doing? This is actually creating a second app. So I need you to understand something. Our Expo app is one app, okay? One app with a bunch of stuff going on, which transpiles down into iOS, Android, and also a web version, right? Then inside of the Sanity folder, we have a whole nother, effectively another app. So you can see that's why it's got its own package JSON. So this is effectively a second app. And this is going to be our backend. And we're just doing a single monorepo style structure. Yeah, although we're not doing one package JSON for everything, but we're doing effectively a monorepo style setup, okay? Quick little water break. Let me know, are you coding along with this right now? Or what's your approach here? Because it's quite an intense build, right? And we're doing it earlier than usual because I needed everyone's energy fresh, right? So Sanity is getting installed. Everything's happening. Now, while that's happening, what I want you to do is I want to basically train my cursor on Sanity, right? So if I was to ask it questions, it will give me more updated, more truthful questions. So in this case, I'm going to create a new folder called .cursor/rules. Okay. Now inside of here, we can include something called MDC files. So if what we want you to do is go over to Sanity and let's go ahead and just create a new thing and just type in Sanity cursor rules into Google. Okay. What's up, guys? I'm going to call what's up? So here you can see AI rules, right? Sanity. They have a whole, video that explains everything. But you can see for yourself a bunch of stuff. You can download this Sanity opinionated.mdc file. So in this case, I've already done that, right? So what I want you to do is I want you to download that file. And I've also included it in the GitHub repo and you pop it in here. Now, notice the top part, I wanted to apply intelligently. And what I've done is I've said, opinionated guidance for configuring anything related to Sanity, Sanity Studio, and authoring content. And you see, this is essentially a system prompt for the LLM. Okay. No worries, guys. I see you guys are coding along. You're watching it now and you're coding along afterwards. So you guys can see this is training it on how Sanity schemas are, validation rules, testing studio configurations, and a bunch of stuff, right? So while Sanity is still preparing itself, I believe it's done now, but I want to jump it a next step further. We can close that. I also want you to go to the next part, which is Sanity MCP, right? So type in Sanity MCP, you'll land at this page. Now, I want you to go into let's go into your cursor settings, and I want you to go into cursor settings. Now here, you go into your tools in MCP. I've got a bunch of tools, right? So we've used these tools in the previous build, and you can see, look, Sanity. What I did here is if we click on edit, right, you can see I've just simply added in that line. That line is available here. So I want you to just grab that and pop it in your config. So you can have many tools. In this case, okay, I've literally got a token there. So Jay, I need to invalidate that token. But yeah, there's tokens like that, which you can do. That's bright data token. I need to get rid of that. So that's one way. You can also use Claude's HTTP transport method, right, to add it to that as well. You can also click this install Sanity developer MCP. That's probably easier, guys, than what I just did, right? So you can do that as well, right? So I'm just showing you the manual way to do it. Now, once you've done that, there'll be an authenticate button here. You click it, you authenticate, and that will just take you to Google and happen and authenticate your Sanity. Now, Cursor is authenticated with your Sanity. So in this case, let's go ahead and go to our Sanity. You can see I've got schema types, index, nothing inside at the moment. Okay, so that's fine for now. So what we want to do is go ahead and set up our schema. So Sanity, I'm just checking my schema. So effectively, we need three things inside of our schema, right? We're going to need journal entries, categories, and daily prompts. So journal entry, categories, and daily prompts, right? So how the hell do I do that, right? So firstly, journal entries, right? So I can show you how we can go ahead and build it ourselves and do all of that stuff, but Sonny realized, there's probably a better way this can be done using AI. That's actually makes sense, which is a very good way of doing it. Now, if I was to do this manually, right, we would have to, look at the docs, go in here, add a journal entry, and journal entries look like this. You have to define a type, name, title, type, icon, and then you've got each field like so, right? Content, array, and block of stuff, validation rules, define. Now, this is going to take some time to go ahead and figure out and learn. And you've also got a preview field, right? Now, I'll show you a quick way of doing this. So a couple of interesting things that we need here: title, content, mood, user ID, a category, created at, so those things, right? So in this case, let's just assume I didn't have that. I'm going to do Command I, pull open my cursor, and now I'm going to say create a journal entry schema, include title, contents. We're going to say block contents because that's what they use in Sanity. We're going to say mood rating from 1 to 5 with smiley faces, categories for AI generated category, and there was another one, and the user ID right? And obviously we can correct it afterwards, but I'm just trying to show you. You can pick your model. I pay $20 a month for Cursor, full transparency. You can feel free to use whatever you want. I'm using this. So if we were to do this now, look what happens, right? So this is what's pretty cool. So user ID we've added in. So now it goes ahead and it does this. Now looking at the open files, and then it said, I'll help you create a journal entry schema. Now I used my opinionated rules. That's cool. Okay. So now you can see it's going to go ahead and starting to plan the next move to create that schema file. So of course I've given you the journal entry as well, and it might differ from the one we have here, but I'm going to replace this one, but I'm just trying to show you what's going to happen, right? So it's going to create the separate schema file for us. And this is something I'd recommend that you do. You always should read the documentation, but I do recommend that this is a very powerful way of moving fast in coding. Look, title, contents, very similar to what we had. Mood with all of the smiley faces, categories, which reference category. That's amazing. Created at and user ID with all the preview stuff set up as well. And you've got orderings. Amazing. Okay. And then look, it says, then it gives me a bit of a summary. Okay, that's cool, right? So that's nice, right? Then what I want to do is let's go and see the index. It actually did all of them. It saw that I had daily prompt and journal entry. So let's see the daily prompt. It's got the prompt, date is active, prompt, and so forth. A bunch of stuff in there. Now, I'm going to replace these ones with the ones that I have so we can safely move forward without anything breaking. But I'll show you how we do it. So we've got the journal entry. So I'm going to replace this with my journal entry. Let's go ahead and get rid of theirs that they created. But just to show you, that's pretty cool. Okay. So we've got our own stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and pop those in: category, daily prompt, and journal entry. Again, you have access to all of this, right? Then we have this here. That's cool. Now, what I want to do is I want to also populate some test data for my Sanity database. So that way I can just go ahead and see what's going on. I can get some data in there already, right? So how do we do that? So what I've done is I've included a nice little sample data folder for you guys. So in this case, I've got a sample data here with a bunch of things inside. This is inside the GitHub code, okay? So inside of here, we've got sample categories. You see like work, career, family, relationships, daily prompts as well, and test journal entries. So you can see right here, and this has got some dummy user ID. So we would effectively replace this with R1 to attach it to our user. But this is cool. Now, how do I import that? Okay. So, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to show you guys how you can use AI assisted coding in a realistic way. So how do we do that? So you could obviously look at the documentation and everything else, but I'm going to show you how we can do it using Cursor's agent, right? Because this is reality of how things are going. This is why I'm making a very powerful academy very shortly, where I'm teaching all of these standards of how to do things. And it's going to be released very, very soon. So stay tuned. Okay. If you sign up to get the code, you'll be on the waiting list already automatically. Okay. So here, what I want you to do is go ahead and say import the test data into my Sanity production data set. Okay. You can also do development. I'm just going to assume we're in production right now. Okay. So if we were looking Sanity, you can see in the Sanity config, we're pointing towards our production data set, and this is the project ID. Now, of course, we should be replacing these with our environment variables. We do that afterwards. So you can see like it reads the 3 sample data entries, and it can see the data. However, I noticed some issues. The title uses, but my schema uses name and category. So stop that. Actually, it's assuming that it's doing the one that they did. So I'm going to start a new one, and I'm going to say import the sanity data inside of sample data. Oops. Sample data folder. Okay. Import the sanity data. Yeah, there you go. What have I done? Yeah, there you go. So in this case, now it goes and checks it. It sees that that's that. And look, it's generating a command now. Okay. So import that into production. So npx sanity dataset import. Run it. And what we should see here is you can go ahead and inspect it. Fetching available data sets. It's importing 7 documents to our dataset production. Okay, cool. Right. And then it's doing the next one. We run that. And obviously you should always validate and check what's going on. Right. So in this case, it's importing the next 15 documents. And guys, smash the like button if you enjoy seeing this kind of stuff. Let me know as well in the chat. Go ahead and run the final one. And that's importing the final 19 documents as well. Right. Now we haven't used an MCP yet, by the way. Right. So there you go. It's there. Now, of course, I haven't run Sanity, and I've done that on purpose because I want to show you something which is pretty cool. So I could obviously run Sanity and check if those have been added. But let's say, for example, you could be in loads of million different situations. In this case, I want to go ahead and say, use the Sanity MCP. So I think we've got MCP here. MCP. That's just fine. Use the Sanity MCP and check if those were actually added. So I'm not telling it anything else, nothing else. It just has the tools that we set up from the MCP earlier. So now what it's going to do is, there you go. I've gone ahead and used it quite a lot lately. Yeah, screw it. $100 it is. All right. The user wants me to verify that data was actually imported in Sanity. And then in this case, now bear in mind, I rinsed this thing. So there you go. I'll use the Sanity MCP tools and also Claude 4.5, quite an expensive model compared to the others. So you guys can feel free. I just like to use that. I don't really care. I want it to be the best model. Resource, in this case, it's going to try and get the context now. Now, you can either run it each time or you can add it to the allow list. I trust Sanity, so I'm going to allow it to the allow list. So now it's using the MCP. And look, I see the schema hasn't been deployed yet. Let me deploy it. So it's now running a deploy command to deploy our schema. So in this, look, it's extracting manifest. It goes ahead, deploys our schema. And now it can go ahead and run that tool again to get the context. And now this is truly powerful, guys. Look, it's running tools to see, like, it ran the query documents. And if we can even inspect it and you can see what it's finding. Look, it found some documents. And it says, I can verify the data import worked successfully. Category 7, daily prompts 15, journal entries 19. Now, guys, that is bloody powerful. That's cool, right? And you guys can see for yourself there. The data is now live in your Sanity production data. So that's the power of an MCP, right? So firstly, hats off to Sanity. Has a very nice MCP, right? So now I can be sure. Now, I already know it was there, but that's cool. I am perfectly sure now I can hide my agent. I can go ahead and split this terminal. And on the left side, I've got my app running. So, that's where the app is running. On the middle, I'm going to cd into the Sanity folder. And I'm going to do npm run dev to run the Sanity development studio. So in this case, you guys can see it will go ahead and open up on localhost 3333. So I want to go ahead and pop this. You know what? Let's do something. Let's actually use another screen for Sanity Studio. So let's go ahead and pop in this. Yeah. Let's use this and pop it in there. So now what we should see is a login screen. There we are. And you can see, look, we're prompted to log into our Sanity backend. All right. So in this case, we're going to click on Google. And then I'm going to log into my account. I was in my Sonny.Sangha account. I found the email source code. Oh, okay. So if you are requesting the code, it can fall under promotions, guys. Right. And look at this. Firstly, you get a free upgrade way. Yeah. And then you can see here, look, immediately we have our full Sanity backend. We have the sample journal entries, which is awesome. These are just going to take a second to load, right? Look at that. All of this, absolutely cool, right? And we've got all of our user IDs, the AI generated categories. This one didn't get assigned that one, I believe. Yeah, so even here, this one didn't get assigned that one. So, okay, because it didn't get, okay, I actually generated the test data set before I did that. So the new ones will have it. That's fine. And even here, we got the category and so forth. And you guys can see for yourself different categories with their colors as well. They should have a color prompt. Color hex, there you go, and a daily prompts. Why is this handy, guys? Because imagine if the app is live out there, million users using it, I don't have to go and redeploy app. I can come onto my Sanity backend. I can go ahead and say, yeah, let me add a few daily prompts to the mix, and I can just do this. I can say, what are you letting go of? Like, and if I want to make it a bit more exciting, what are you letting go of, right? And then I go ahead and click publish. Everyone gets it. So the next time that appears on someone's app, they will have the up-to-date value. That's pretty damn cool. That's powerful, right? So that's really, really nice. So next up, we're going to start doing some UI elements because we have our dummy data now. Let's tap into using it. Okay. So Sanity has been configured and set up. What now we need to do is get the app built effectively, right? So firstly, let's start with the index page. It's the easiest page to begin with. It's going to be the one that makes the most sense. The index page is this page right here. Okay. So to make things a little bit simpler, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull that in here. And then you guys can see for yourself. So on my right side, I've got the design document, effectively what we have, right? So good afternoon, Sonny. Let's go ahead and start building. Okay, so the home screen. So before we jump any further, what I may do is just have a few helper functions set up in advance. So let's save us a bit of time. So in this case, I'm going to create a lib, oh, not there. At the top level, a lib file, a folder. And then this one inside of our lib, I'm going to have a utils. These are going to be just handy little functions that we use. Okay. Now I've got 5 different ones that I'm going to use. All right. The first one is user.ts. So in this case, user.ts. Now what we're doing here is we have a get user display name. It's a little helper function which just gives us the name. It gives us the full name or the username or the user as a fallback. Get user's first name, same with the get user initials and so forth. Okay. Next up we have streaks. Now streaks, I know I'll do that one afterwards. Actually, we have entry data. Let's do categorize. That one's a big one. Okay, so let's do categorize first, next as well. Categorize is for the categories, right? So we don't have this yet, the generate API URL. I'll explain that one afterwards. Categorize journal entry. This one is essentially for auto generating the categories. So these are all going to be used to effectively ping our API endpoints, which we haven't created yet. Generate API URL. Where is that? Okay. So that is a helper function, which we should have actually put here, to be fair, in a util. So I'm going to put that instead. Right now, I've put that all the way outside. Okay. I mean, that wasn't the case before, but for now we could put it here, but that's not ideal. We should really have it in there. Yeah, let's just put, no, I'm not going to leave it there. Let's do a generate API URL.ts and let's just have that as its own little function. So I'm going to go ahead and make this a bit cleaner. Get rid of that. Go into my generate API URL and there we have it. Okay. Then we have to fix our import to go ahead and just import it from the correct place. There we go. Okay. Now generate API URL. So we have that. Now what is that doing? That's effectively basically going to our Expo, you know, wherever we are, the origin. This is the command we're doing for it. If we're on our local, it can sometimes start with this. If it's on the web, it can start with this. We're basically going ahead and getting the origin and then the relative path. So if I call this with /API/ something, it will append it with the correct origin beginning. So in this case here, generate API URL means that our fetch command will be generated with the origin /API/categorize. So we're going to effectively use that to call the correct API endpoints. I'm going to put on Jay's playlist and have a quick water break. You guys, destroy that like button. Like for real. This is mad amount of work to go into this. All right. It's always funny with the AI videos. I feel like the the growth curves are insane. Like sometimes we'll be like, oh, so many people tuned into it afterwards, but then bam, all of a sudden like 100,000 people just watched it, and I'm like, okay, there you go. Like that's what happened with the last video. It was like 100 to 200,000 people just jumped in, and bam, like video just blows up. So AI is very hot when it wants to be hot, right? In this case, we've got Categorize. We're gonna have a date util. So this date is a couple of helper functions: format long time, format uppercase date, format time, get time of day greeting. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, right? And then the final one is streaks. Now streaks is a big one. This one, we have a few type definitions to help us out now, and a few little helper functions like get unique dates, add days, and so forth. Now unique dates, this is the ES6 function. It's just basically removing the duplicates with a set, and then it's going ahead and it's just gathering only the unique dates. This is because we want to get like bulk the dates together, so in that case it doesn't show a date twice and so forth. And then we have a few helpers here. So add days, days between, calculate days between dates, calculate current streak. Now this is where I want you to pay attention to. Calculate current streak, find longest streak, calculate streaks, and is streak active, get streaks message, and get days until next milestone. And then these are the milestones. We have a 5-day, 10-day, 25-day, 50-day, and so forth streaks, right? So I'm not going to dive so far into this, but effectively the logic all here is we pass in a string array of entries, and these are all the dates of the entries that we have. Our goal is to then go ahead and calculate what's the longest streak in that goal, right? So that effectively is what this code here is doing. Now, if you do, you can literally come here, have a look and understand it. If you want to know and you're confused, as you know, for example, let's say you understood up to this point and then you didn't know what happened here. Go highlight it, Command K, and say explain this, and then press Option and enter. And now this code finds the length of the current streak by looking for the first date in consecutive days, not entry dates. And you can genuinely just talk to it to get help there. Okay. What qualifies as a helper function? I call them helper functions, but they're just lib files, functions effectively. Any function which is my understanding, like my perception is it helps me do something over and over again instead of repeating code over the place. We're trying to go by single what's the word? I always forget. It's called single responsibility principle. It's basically you want one function to be in one place and you reuse it from several places. I forgot the bloody term. But yeah, this is a helpful way, is if you find the code too complex, that is how you can do it. What is a slice, for example? Yeah, you can go ahead and say explain slice, and then you can do a option enter, and then it'll say extracts a portion. It's used it, and then you can literally say explain for dummies and things like that. So the point is I'm trying to show you more ways than one to figure out what code means instead of baby feeding it to you, right? Same for longest streak, we do the same thing, and also for calculate streak. So what this is doing is effectively we'll go ahead and get the dates, calculate current streak, find the longest streak, and then return it all in a nice kind of format, which we can go ahead and type check against. Okay. Now, oh, nice definition, Siren. Yeah, I actually didn't even know it was that, but thank you. Yeah, that's very awesome. Okay, so there we have it. We have our helper functions. Now let's go to the app. Let's go to our tabs index, and then let's go over here like so. And now inside of our app. So firstly, oh, what was that? This is a modal. What was that? Pop up. Okay, we're here. Yeah. Where is that popping up? Okay. Oh, okay. So that step 2. Oh, okay. Explore. Right. So that is a modal in itself. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. But anyway, we're going to delete all this anyway. So at this point, what I want you to do is go to the home screen, go to the first parallax all the way down to the bottom, and just change it all for a view and from Tamagui, right? And we're going to import text from Tamagui just for our home, right? So you can see it's up there, home, right? And you got these style sheets with, you can sometimes put it at the bottom. So this is style sheet.create. So you'll see me do this a lot sometimes if we haven't got styles that can be pulled from Tamagui. Now, how do we address that? Because in some phones, it could be a bigger, notch and so forth. So if you want to address that, what you do is you can wrap your own component in something called a safe area view. Safe area view, like so. So safe area view. And then you got a bunch of options to put. You want this one, React Native safe area context. Go ahead and do that. Now you're probably wondering, oh, okay, that worked, right? Most of the time, you typically want to give it a flex one because you want it to say that applies to the whole screen, and then some kind of background color to make sure it's filling up everything, right? So in this case, if we call that red, you can see that's taking up the full space, right? Now, if we were just to show you a quick example, I believe if we didn't have flex one, yeah, there you go. So you see the difference with just doing background red, it will just address the top bit, but it won't extend to the bottom. Flex one means it takes up that overall component takes up the entire height of the screen. If you don't do that, you can't do things like space between, justify, flex roles, and so forth. Okay. So we're not going to do that in this one, but just showing you what safe area view becomes effectively, right? So we have the app. Now let's go to our index. That's a flex. See what I did there? I like it. So in this case, a couple of things, right? So we're going to import a bunch of dependencies that we're going to need, right? Actually, that's too much to show you guys at one go, right? So I'm going to pull in a bunch of helper functions with hooks, right? So in this case, use user, we can import that from Clerk Expo. Use router, import from Expo router. Use safe area inserts. This is when we don't want to use safe area. We want to specify. We want to specifically specify where the inserts go. That's when we call this function and we add them ourselves. Use streaks we've already created. For some reason it's not importing for me. Where's our hook? Oh, we didn't create the hook. Oh yeah, so that's actually what we want to do here now. So we want use streaks, and then all of the rest of the utils we actually have. So we can pull those in. Okay, so the one we need is use streaks. So let's create a helper function, or like, you know, a hooks folder. So we've already got hooks. These are a bunch of others. I'm going to call our one use dash streaks. Use dash streaks.ts. Okay. Now this hook is, I'm going to pop in and I'll explain everything to you. So here we have it. So firstly, lib sanity journal, we need to go ahead and do sanity types. We haven't done yet, and I will explain that afterwards, right? So we have our type definition to protect, you know, to specify what a streak is, what we're going to return, and the initial streaks data. By default, everything is 0. Right? So it starts with 0, empty array, streak days, and so forth. We have some state, use user, streak data, entries. This right here, we will explain very shortly, but this will basically make a lot of sense soon. Now, this is using Sanity's type gen, hence why it has this strange name. But basically, these are automatically generated types when we make our queries to the database, with queries to Sanity. This allows us to make sure that whatever we get back from Sanity is type checked against our code. So I'll show you how to do this afterwards. We have this loading and set error. We're loading our streak data. We just got a simple try catch. And what's happening here is we basically fetch the journal entries, which we haven't created yet. So we need to have some kind of fetch logic. And then when it comes back, we are filtering out what are we doing here? We're entry ID. We're filtering out where we have these values, where we have the entry ID and the created app. And we're mapping through, and we're basically returning an object with only 2 fields, an ID and a created app. Then we calculate streaks because that's what this expects, right? So journal entry, you'll notice journal entry has 2 fields. Yep. So you see how we're type checking everything. Then we go ahead and do an error if it does an error and so forth. And then we have a use effect, which basically says as soon as it loads up, that's going to go ahead and do it, right? Yeah, it is actually, that's a very good point, Sarah. And this is how I know you guys are dialed in. That's so cool. He goes, I thought it would be a good practice to mention that you should always set an initial value before the component amounts to avoid hydration errors. Yes, this is very useful. If you set an initial value, it will help a ton, because sometimes you might have a moment where it's just loading and you didn't account for it, and then bam, like you have some unexpected errors. You don't want that. Okay. Now this is erroring out because right now these are implicitly any. So we can't be type safe. That's why TypeScript is there. Heading down, we go ahead and filter and map out, and then we basically calculate our is active, get streak status message, and also the milestone stuff, all from our helper functions. And we return all of this from our hook. So whenever we want to use it, effectively, we can just call the use streaks hook, and then we can just extract whatever we want from there. And this is always going to be correct based on the user's logged in state. So it's a layer of abstraction to simplify our code as we build up. Okay. Again, all of this stuff can be kind of like, whoa, so many things going on right now. Again, this is what we teach a lot inside of the Zero to Full Stack Hero. The link is in the description. Feel free to check it out. popreact.com/course. Because the reality is, I could make a million videos. It takes 3-4 hours at a time sometimes to really dig this in a coaching call. And that's what a lot of our students inside the live chat right now completely agree on. Like, they've seen it themselves. This stuff takes practice. It's not just a quick thing where AI can just figure it out for you. It will help you a lot. Okay. So join us. So in this case, we've got the use streaks going nicely. This one, yep, there you go. We needed to do the next step, which I didn't do. So in use streaks, yeah. So right now this is erroring out because we need to basically have our Sanity files set up. So what is that? Lib Sanity journal. So we essentially need queries and mutations to pull data from Sanity. So inside of our lib, we're going to have another folder called Sanity. Okay. Oh, don't do that. Call it Sanity. Now, inside of that Sanity folder, we're going to have, oh, sorry. Yeah, no, it's inside that one. We're going to have a journal.ts. Okay. Now let's jump into this journal.ts. Firstly, type definitions. Yes, these won't exist. We don't have them yet. Okay. We don't have a client yet. We don't have images yet. We don't have any of this yet. All right. I'll show you how we do it all. Okay. So we have an interface, which specifies what a journal entry shape is: title, content, images, mood, and user ID. Okay. Then we have GROQ queries. Now, what is GROQ? GROQ is a querying language that we use to query Sanity, right? Before we start any more with this, I actually want to show you guys. So right now you can see where we have Sanity Studio running. We can query using Vision Tool, but you guys can see here, we have the query aspect. So you can pop in GROQ queries here, and it will go ahead and pop out the information, right? An example of that in action, if we were to go ahead and grab something like this, and we were to go ahead and pop it out into our query, the only one that we would, let's just say we weren't checking for user ID. You can see now we should get query pass error. I just want to see if where have I messed up? Have I got another thing over there? Oh, I forgot to close it. We could have kept that. You can see now, look, that's how we query. So effectively, how can we go from this to that and have type check-in? So this is where Sanity type gen comes in. Okay. So we define our query. Now it's very important that you give this const a unique name. It's something which isn't really told a lot about, but it's something which I really recommend. Guys, also, firstly, I just love you guys. Siren, I appreciate you so much. And Son of Code, appreciate you guys. Look at the live chat right now. Siren goes, I'm more or less completely self-taught, but Zero to Full Stack Heroes helped me fill in a lot of the gaps that I missed when I started out. Don't miss out on this golden resource. Facts, dude. And same over Son of God, he goes, 100% join Zero to Full Stack Hero and also the University Code School community. All I can say is join them both, right? The point is the school is free. Zero to Full Stack Hero obviously is a paid community, but we have something coming which is just gonna blow your mind. I swear to God, it excites me so much. If you're inside Zero to Full Stack Hero, you already know what I'm talking about. It's coming. It's gonna be incredible. It's gonna be the best resource period for a developer, and it's just embraces the Papa Fam energy throughout. So it's exciting times, right? So we have this defined query. Now, what I want you to do is you can feel free to go ahead. If we go over here, I want to show you guys. So type in Sanity type gen, and it will come up with the Sanity docs, and then here it is. So effectively, you can follow all of this, and basically it'll show you how to do it. I'm going to show you myself how to do all of this stuff. So we need to install GROQ. We need to, that's the first step. Let's do npm. So cd into Sanity. You have to be in the right folder when you install this because it has its own dependencies. npm I GROQ. Okay. Then let's go into our, that's the first thing, right? Now that will give us, get rid of this error for us. Okay, what's interesting? What is that freaking out? Oh no, sorry, I did the wrong thing. You actually don't want that in there. You want to uninstall that in there, uninstall. It's actually, I forgot what layer we're in. We're in the main app. So we aren't actually in the main app. So you're gonna go upper level in the main app. See npm GROQ. Okay. Then that will get rid of that error. And then Sanity types, that will get auto-generated later. Client and images. Okay, so firstly, images. What is that? Right? Well, images, this is a helper from Sanity. Get image URL, this is actually from Sanity's docs. I've just appended it with a width, right? But upload image to Sanity is what we're going to effectively use to upload to Sanity. And as you can see, we're missing a few things. We're missing the Sanity image URL and a bunch of stuff. So I need to show you guys how to properly install Sanity. I didn't do that. So let's just type in Sanity Expo or Sanity React Native. There you go. And as you can see here, let's do the guides. All guides official. Oh, they have lots. Okay, well, there's a better thing to do here. Sanity. Getting started with Sanity. Yeah, let's do next.js. You could just do the React route. Even if you went the next.js route, I think the install remains the same. Sanity client is my point. Sorry, Sanity client. Yeah, that was my fault. You want to type in Sanity IO client. Go down here. Here we are. npm install Sanity client. Yeah. There's a lot going on on the screen, right? So in this case, we go into our terminal, npm install Sanity client. Now, next up, we have image URL as well. So Sanity image URL. So I'll show you that one. So we go Sanity image URL. Oops. Sanity image URL npm. You'll see this one. Quickly generate image URLs like so. npm install -- save in as a developer dependency. I've installed them correctly as developer dependencies in my project. So you can get the code in package.json. What does that mean? Save? Well, right now that's just saving it, right? But we actually need that in the main dependency list. If it was something like TypeScript, we do it -d, which means a capital D, which means it's a developer dependency. It doesn't need to be packaged in the main thing, in the production bundle, right? So that one, install that. That will get rid of that one there. Sanity types, again, will get generated for us. Client, right? So firstly, this is a helper function which we can use later on. All this is doing is it takes the image URI, fetches it, returns the blob, uploads that to Sanity with a special file name, and returns the asset as Sanity image asset, which is something which we will define afterwards. Okay, although this is defined for us actually. So client, we need a Sanity client to make calls from. Okay, so what does that look like? So Sanity client, we're gonna go ahead and pop that in like so. So our Sanity client is like so. We've got import export Sanity client equals create client, project ID dataset, use CDN API version and token, right? So in this case, we need to add these 3 environment variables. Then we have this builder, which is going to help us build the image. And we have URL 4. We use that for rendering images. Okay. So we need to add all of these. Okay. So inside of your, inside the code in the description, I've actually given you sort of an example file. And in there, you'll have effectively all of these, right? So once you have these at the top level, we can kind of start replacing these out with ours. So project ID, where do I get that from? Well, firstly, let's go to Sanity. You've actually got the project ID in your Sanity config. It's that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just pop this open for now. Let's do a little bit of refactoring. Sanity project ID becomes that. Sanity dataset is production. Sanity token, this one. Okay. Expo Sanity token. Did I actually even use that? I think I just want to double check actually. Yeah, so in this instance, I did create a token. It's fine. Then we have OpenAI key. We'll use that one later on. Clerk secret key. Sanity token we can handle in a moment. So, okay, I've done this as a public value here. If we do interactions with Sanity client, I believe it's all on the server side. However, if you were to do an interaction, ideally this be a private value. Otherwise, you can have read and write access to Sanity, which is, yeah, it can be a bit no go. But anyway, what you want to do is go here, go to manage app. Where is it? Here, yeah, manage project. And what I want you to do is go ahead and we need the API key. So API, go to tokens, go to add API token, add editor, and let's just call this one Expo app. Save token. I'm going to grab this token here, grab that, go back over to my EMV, pop that token here. Cool. Okay. Now, next up, again, yeah, just be aware of that. If you want to gate that, I can create another video about it. But effectively, you want to shift responsibility to a server, and then you want to have that as a private key, and you don't expose a public key like that. But yeah, it's a demo. There's so much. There's already so much left to do, right? I can't do every corner of every angle of everything, right? A clerk secret key as well. Where do we get that from? I will show you. Let's just populate that now so we can move ahead. So going over to clerk, that's the demo one. Let's go over to configure, and let's go to our tokens, API keys, and here we have it. So what I want you to do is basically copy this value, unhide it here. So if you type in Expo, it shows that one. So yeah, you see what I'm saying? Shouldn't really be exposing the key. Oh no, actually the secret key on clerk. Yeah, it doesn't get exposed. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. This one won't get exposed. So you want to basically show that. For now, I'm going to invalidate this anyway, guys. So I'm going to literally, it's a test key. I'm going to invalidate it to, yeah. So in this case, this is a secret key. Pop it there. It's a secret key test. Okay. So we have our values and obviously OpenAI's key later on. Okay. So next up, we can quickly refactor these things. So what I want you to do is that is, by the way, in our upper level environment file. Okay. So this is applying to, I want you to pay attention. In this environment file, sorry guys, let me make this. In this environment file, this is towards our top project. This is our Expo app environment file. This Sanity has its own environment file. Okay. So I need to make that very explicitly clear. Inside of the Sanity one, we need to have a slightly different rule. Okay. So I've actually added in an env example inside there to a local. Okay. Now in here, notice how they're called Sanity Studio, not Sanity and not Expo, right? Because this is a Sanity app. Without that, they won't get exposed. So what we do then is we start replacing the values here with those. So what you can do is you can just kind of grab this, you can replace that, and then you can just replace this with Sanity underscore studio. There you go, right? So now our environment variables are set up correctly. Right, without that, you can run into some issues when you deploy. All right. Okay. So in this case, we've got that. Let's go to our, and we haven't got the client set up. Okay. I'm jumping all over the place. In this case, here we are. Yeah. Expo public. There we go. There we have everything. Nice. Now back to images. We can basically get rid of that. It's all good. And then we've got this Sanity image asset, Sanity types. So let me just see what I've put in mind. Okay, yeah, so that's auto generated for us. So this is now where we do our next step, which is Sanity's type gen. Okay, so what I like to do to make life a little bit easier is in our overall top package JSON, right? So in this top, we actually need to run two commands next to each other. So I don't like doing that. I like doing it to be a bit more simpler with it. It's not actually in this package JSON, sorry. It's in the Sanity's app package JSON, right here. So you see Sanity dev and so forth. Well, we're going to create one called type gen. So it's type gen. And then this command here is going to be Sanity We don't want that. We don't want that. Yeah, so Sanity schema extract and Sanity type gen generate. Okay, so it's these two, right? Now, if you run this, you'll notice that it may work, but something breaks. I'll show you that. So we cd into Sanity to run that command because we're in that package JSON. We do npm run type gen. Okay, now you'll see you might run into this. How's everyone doing? Yeah, I'm really curious. All right, look at this. We can see extracted schema, 14 schema types, and 0 GROQ queries. Shouldn't say 0, right? And you might say it banging your head for ages. In the documentation, it tells you that you need to add a sanity type gen JSON file if the path is anywhere else. In this case, the path that I'm trying to search for is I'm going out of this folder into the lib, and I want to scan everything inside my lib to make sure all of that is getting picked up. Right? You can also have source folder, whatever the case, but now it will find those files and then it will generate a local sanity types file. Okay. So every time I add a new, a GROQ query, I will have to run this command, sanity type gen generate. And now we should see in a moment, see, I got one file. Yep. Amazing. If I go to sanity types, I have this beautiful sanity type, and you see it's generating all these type definitions from categories, journal entries, daily prompts, all that stuff. So heading back now, if we go to our sanity, go lib, sanity journal. Okay. So firstly, that's now there. That's now there. That's fine. Images, you see, it's no longer complaining because we now have an image asset. There we go. Okay. So we have some of our sanity helpers available. So if we go ahead and see our sanity, there's a few more that we need now. So daily prompts. So we've done images client. So there's two more. There's categories.ts. So there's this one, all categories from sanity types. And you'll notice that, look, we don't have it, right? So in this case, we need to generate this type definition. But how do we do it? Well, all we need to do is write the query firstly. So that's the query right there, all categories query. And then we have a fetch categories helper, which is just going ahead and using Sanity client and it's fetching it. It's getting the information. We have a helper function to create new categories. And this is effectively going to be used when our AI is creating new categories. Okay. Now here, if I run type gen, what we should see, that if I run type gen now, it's found this and it will say 2 files in a moment. So it extracts the files, generates 2 files. And you'll notice how if I was to just comment, uncomment, now it's found that value. Look at that. It generated the query results, right? So as you add any defined query, you have to add that. Okay. The other one is daily prompts. So daily prompts is the last one. You can see here, again, the code is in the GitHub repo. We've got the prompt to get all of the daily quotes, fetch daily prompts, get random daily prompts. So we actually get 3 at random and we shuffle. Okay. I did this one this way. Is it the cleanest? Not in my opinion. It could be a lot better. Right? If you want to refactor it, there's a few ways you could do that. In this case, we could either say, we can either use GPT, we can do it ourselves. In this case, if I want to do it inline with 3.5, or I could do it with, no, you can't do it inline on there. I could just say use ES6 here. And then we could try and get a better, nicer one. It's using a while. Let's just say never use while because we can end up in an infinite loop. And then never use while, so then that's why I try not to use the inline too much. Never use while, but use ES6, right? So in this case, array from for each. That's a bit better, to be fair, actually. So in this case, that's made an array from. Okay, and then it's done for each, and it's looping through each one, and it's doing the following. You could even go a step further. I think you could do a few things here, but yeah, I'm just trying to show you an example of a couple of cool things you could do, right? So in this case, I'm just going to make sure we've got the current file. There we go. So daily prompts, of course, we added a new prompt, so we need to run type gen again. You can see why if I was to handwrite all of this out on the live stream, it would take far too long. This is why I give you the code for free. All right, so you guys can feel free to jump in yourself and have a look. So we have this. Again, we've got our query and some helper functions to activate those queries. That's it. That's our Sanity lib file done. So head back over to app and then go to our tabs index. Now, we start building the UI, right? So let's start building it. So in this case, we're going to firstly say, if it's not loaded, I want a spinner. Okay, so if it's not loaded, I want a spinner. Let's show the app as well so we can see something. Safe area view. Again, remember what I said, guys. Safe area context. Styles. We have some styles that we need. Now the styles, I'm going to pop them and at the bottom. Now what do styles do? Effectively, I told you before, they are style sheet. We effectively call in. Why is that freaking out? Oh, we haven't imported style sheet. Why is it not telling me that then? Whenever I'm live, I've noticed that I do get these weird issues sometimes. Pressable, that's fine. So, and then app colors is, we can import as well from app colors. I think is from my own definition. Yeah, so we need a theme file. So I've actually created a helper theme that we use. So what we need to do is create for our theming, just quickly create a folder called constants. Oh, we already have it. Constants theme. Oh yeah, we do. Yeah. And then in here, we've got colors. Now I'm just going to make sure that our colors are the same as this one. So I've changed a few values, I believe. Let's see. Okay. So no, I think those are the same. It's the tint colors we definitely changed. These have become purples. So these are like purples, and I've just basically done the same tint color regardless of what you're on. And then we've got the fonts, right? So, but before that, we've got our custom colors, which I want to show you. So, oh, we've already done that. Sorry, app colors is what I wanted. So I'm exporting a few helper colors. So that way we don't end up repeating hex codes everywhere. We've got primary colors, grays. This you could have extended in the Tamagui file. UI colors, status colors, mood colors, special colors, right? This is going to be used for like the streaks. And then the spacing, the border radius, the fonts. The only one that I actually ended up using was these two, spacing and border radius. These are just like preset values for us. Okay. The rest, I believe I didn't change. No. Okay. So that's fine. Now come back here, import app colors. Right. So these are just basically, we are just in the CSS inline styles, right? Or not inline, but the CSS styles that effectively we apply to our containers. So here, styles.container, styles.loading container, and so forth. Spinner here, if we go ahead and do Tamagui, there we go. Now, if we hit a refresh, initially, there is actually a loader somewhere there. It's actually at the top. Okay. Now, the thing is, it loaded so quick that we don't really see it. So so that's that. So we have that. And then next up, I want to, it says home at the top. That's rubbish. We don't want that. We're gonna have a view with the styles container. So pop that there. And we're gonna go ahead and have a scroll view. Now, what's a scroll view? It's a scrollable view inside of React Native. So in this case, we can import this from Tamagui. And this is it. By the way, all of these things like scroll view from Tamagui, it's the normal scroll view from React Native extended with the Tamagui styling options. Okay, we've got padding X of 4. So now you can see that the main thing I want you to pay attention to is this padding top insets. If I get rid of that, you see how it's got rid of the safe area. Now I got these insets from use safe area inset. Right, so that's where we can apply the padding ourselves. Why do we do that? Why do we want that? Well, because, you know, if we don't do that, you can't scroll like that. So imagine if we're scrolling through the app, it can be a very weird user experience if we don't have, if we just do safe area view, it will have this bit of blocked off. You'll never be able to see above that. And it's nice to see above that. It's like a seamless scroll through the notch area. Okay, so now we're going to start popping in some of the fields, the header with the date. Let's do that first. So instead of this header with the date, let's pop in Y stack and the logo. There you go, header with the date. Next up, greeting. That comes afterwards. We've got the H1 from Tamagui, bit of style. Good afternoon, Sonny. And we've obviously, our helper functions helped us get those values. Then we've got the weekly calendar strip. This one, I've done a bit of sorcery. I'll show you how we do it. But effectively, we've got an X stack, which is why they're going to be in a row. Justified content space between, margin bottom of 6. There's a space between it. Now, what are we doing here? We're array from. Now, space between allows us to space these. If I didn't have this, watch, see that, right? So space between allows us to space it out. We're creating an array of 7 values. And then what we're doing is we're calculating the date for the day, each day of the week. So this function right here is effectively taking the day of the week, and it's going to go ahead and give us the value of that day based on the 7 that are in view. Okay. Then we have a Y stack. We have day name. So in that case, 8, 9, 10, whatever, or it could be, I don't know, is this one here? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And then we have the view, the text with the day number. Okay. And if it's today, then it will go ahead and highlight that one as well. Okay. Yes, nice trick, right? So in that case, we got that down. So that's the X stack. So you can see where X stack and Y stacks come in handy, right? Then we have the streak section. Now the streaks is pretty huge. Well, it's not really huge, it's just because I'm zoomed in. But I'm going to show you that bit as well. So again, now it should be a bit easier to understand because we're in a Y stack. So things are going to be stacked up. Then we have a card from Tamagui, right? Icon symbol, we need to import. And then firstly, let's hit save and I can run you through what it shows. Okay, so here we have the UI. We have the Y stack. We have the card. Then we have an X stack. So firstly, Y stack, where is it a Y stack, Sonny? Well, if you see here, the Y stack is here. So let me cancel that off. Y stack because this is in a Y stack. Okay. Now, as you can see, that's a Y stack, which means every component afterwards is stacked. So these two are stacked, right? And then next up, we have this X stack. Okay. So the X stack now is basically in here. This is the X stack. So everything beneath it is in the Y stack. So it's actually, so it has 2 child components, 1 and 2, but they're in X stack. So they're next to each other. Then the elements inside of each of these is in a Y stack. So now they're stacked up like so. So they're going to be stacked up like this. So you see how this one says current streak. Then it has current streak. And then it has the days and so forth. Yeah. And then there's a little icon underneath here. Right. So that's effectively 1 and then 2. So you see you have the divider in the middle. We have the first child, which is this one, this square. And then we have the divider in the middle, which is this one. It's just a view of the line. And then we have the best streak, which is the next. This one is now this best streak. You see how X and Y stacks are working? Right? So in that case, I don't know why this pen is so chunky as well. I don't know. I always forget how to change the size of it. Anyway, okay. So that's the version. And then we've also got start your journaling streak today, right? And then we've also got a milestone as well. So it's 5 days until your 5-day milestone. So a couple of things to help out, right? Now, after that Y stack, we have a daily prompt card section. So we need to create the daily prompt cards. So that's to be done. Then we have Y stack with action buttons. Now the action buttons are going to be clickable buttons that take us to different screens. So in this case, we have pressable, which is going to be, you got touchable opacity, pressable, a few different variants. We haven't got a new entry screen, which is why it's freaking out. In this case, daily prompt cards, we haven't done router.push entries. We haven't created yet. So that's why it's freaking out as well. This effectively is referencing, by the way, in case you're wondering, this is referencing this element down here. So these, right? And also daily prompt cards, we've got this nice little swipe logic, right? So I'm not going to dive too far into it because I've given you the code, but we're going to jump into that bit now. So let me just hide the key over and over again. Okay. So daily prompt cards, let's create that component firstly, this one here. So we're going to go to our components. We're going to create a daily prompt. Oh, what have I done? No, I don't know. Daily prompt card. Yeah. Right. So daily prompt card, quite a big component. Active daily prompts. We're using this from our Sanity type gen. We have a few helper things like dimensions, get window. It gives us a dimension of the window. And we need that to calculate the snappable distance as we scroll across, right? A few pieces of state, active index, that basically references which swipe are we on right now. Firstly, I'm going to just pop it in and then you can see it. So at least that way you can get some indication of what's going on. So active index is basically I'm on this screen. I'm on this screen. I swipe across. I'm now on active index 2. I'm now on active index 3. Or in coding language, I'm on 0, 1, 2. Right? So we've got load prompts. What is this doing? It's fetching the prompts, and then it will set the prompts in our state. And then handle scroll is basically when we scroll across, right? And you see how that's basically a bit of, I'm not going to get so far into this. You can feel free to do the AI approach that I spoke about before to explain everything. But effectively, we're calculating the scroll distance and a few things. Handle prompt press. This is freaking out because the path name is not finding that path, right? Because we haven't created new entry yet. But once we do have new entry, what we're effectively going to do is we click it and it takes us to that route and we pass in these 3 params. And we can pull the params through on the new entry screen to pre-populate data. If it's loading, we show that. If there's no prompts, we don't show anything, right? Then we got a bit of styling here with the daily prompts, why stack it. And then we've got the actual scroll view, which is a horizontal, snaps to interval, which is card width plus card spacing. That's that value there, right? So that helps out quite a lot. Obviously, I'm clicking into a no place. Deceleration rate is fast, content container style, scroll event throttle. This again is doing that kind of throttling there, right? Now, prompts.map, what we do is we map through it, we're rendering pressable cards, okay? And again, just a bunch of styling. If you pressed it, it gives us this render prop when it's pressed, and we can style it accordingly. And inside, we've got a card. We use this elevate to kind of make it slightly kind of, I guess, 3D, but it's not really fully 3D because I got rid of the shadows. I didn't like it too much shadows. And then we've got some styling in the mix, okay? And then we're just passing through our prompt category titles and our body itself. Okay, a start writing is just, it's a clickable card effectively, right? We have this refresh button, which is going to trigger a refresh. So we got the pagination, which is this little 3 dots at the bottom, and some styling. Now the refresh is actually, yeah, so this one. So it just loads prompts again. Okay, so that's effectively what we're doing. So next step really is to go ahead and is super rich with music, is to go ahead and create the add new entry and also fix this. Like this is wrong. Right? We should have screens. We should have the tab navigation set up correctly right now. So what I want to do is firstly fix that up. So let's go to our app, our layout, our layout in our tabs layout. Yeah. So here. So we're going to fix our tabs firstly. Okay. So what we want to do is we're going to modify some of the screen options first. So step 1, we're going to change some of the styles here. And just very minor change to be fair. Yeah, you can. Gabriel, can I add this Tamagui to an existing React Native export? Yes, 100% you can. Right, so I'm going to change the index view to a house fill. I think we've already done the house fill. Yeah, it's the same thing. Next one is entry screen. So not an explore, but entry screen. So we don't have the screen yet, which is why we're getting this weird little icon, right? And then we will also have the center plus button. Okay, so now that one, we're going to import a plus button. We don't have a plus button yet. So I've created a custom plus button as a little function at the top. Let's pop it over here just as an inline kind of with its own. It's going to have its Expo router, Tamagui, pressable from React Native, and then some styles at the bottom. Now, I'm just gonna, rule of thumb, if you do have these style sheets, tend to throw them at the bottom as a rule of thumb. Yeah. Okay. So that's freaking out because we haven't got that page. But once we hit save, we will have the plus button in a moment. So I want to come to here and just hit a refresh. Go back. These will come through in a moment. I'll show you why they're not coming through now. The next ones are AI chat and profile as well. Okay. So these, the next two screens, AI chat and profile. Okay. Now these are not showing because they're not matching with anything, right? We need to actually have these screens in place. So let's do the first one. So we need to firstly have, I love the chats you guys are saying. This is what it's about, right? Putting together, like the real ones are sticking around, right? That's what it's about. So we have the home journal. So new entry is technically one, or entries is actually next. So entries.tsx, yeah. So let's create entries.tsx. Okay, React Native functional. Bam. Let's just call it entries. Yeah. So that in itself, because we have that page now, you see, we get the entry screen and it's over there, entries. Okay. And then we can do the same for the new entry screen. The new entry screen is actually a separate screen. I don't want it in the modal view. I want to control it independently. So I'm going to have a new dash entry screen outside of that layout at the top level, right? Now this one is going to be, let's just do React Native functional. Let's just call it new entry screen. And then you can see now a new entry. Oh, sorry, layout, tabs. Interesting one, we're not seeing that. Sometimes you have to really refresh the hell out of that. So I would actually cut it sometimes, do npm run start. And then I would do an I for iOS, and then I would do a refresh. Yeah, React Native, you got to have a little bit more patience than the rest. I'll be honest. Yeah. Okay. So interesting why the plus button is not coming up, but we'll figure it out. So layout tabs. Let's do the other screens for now anyway. AI chat.tsx. React Native functional, and let's call this one AI chat. Okay. AI chat is there. Yeah. And then we have profile. So profile.tsx. React Native functional. And let's call this profile or my profile, whatever you want to do. So now we have the following. Now, you see, something's not getting matched. Explore. We don't need the explore. We're getting rid of that. Move it to trash. Gone. It's missing the plus. Why is it missing the plus? Okay. So here's a prime example of where one, you could use AI to help you out, right? To debug this, right? So right now we have the center plus button, name journal. We don't have a journal screen. There you go, right? There we have it. That's our issue. Journal.tsx. But if I didn't, say if I wanted to kind of debug that, I could just ask AI to be like, why is that one not visible? And then it will help figure it out. There you go. And that's the big plus. Why is it a big plus? Like, why did it, look a bit different to the rest of them? Well, nothing is different at the screen option level. It's the plus button that we do something. It's a card, but the positioning is what we do differently. So you can see here is where you can position it differently. If we had it at 0, you see it can just be a normal button in line. Sometimes in a lot of apps, we see it pop out like that. And it's a very nice kind of user experience when it pops out like that. Now we've got all of our different things. Now notice how stacks, if you don't specify the screen options, so for example, this one is not inside of the new entry is not inside of the tab navigator. So in this case, it's inside of the layout, which is a stack. Okay. So what we can do here is I haven't specified the journal here. So we can do many ways of styling things here. So what I want to show you is if we were to do the layout at the top level. So here, for example, you can either have here screen options which apply to everything beneath it, or you can have screens like here, for example, right? So first thing I want to take people to is tabs, right? Next, I want to have new entry, and then I can have options just for that screen. So now say, for example, before I hit save, so Header shown is by default false. As soon as I press save, it hides the header for that screen. Okay. There's going to be two more now. There's going to be edit entry with an ID and entry itself. These are both going to be screens which we need to create. Okay. So those are both going to be pretty good that we need to do, right? So let's go back over to, and you can see if I was to swipe back, you see the native kind of user experience that we're used to, swiping back works. Yeah. But you can also understand that you might get users trapped if they didn't know how to swipe back. So sometimes you just want to have UX icons and stuff to make it very clear. Okay, let's go. Okay. Next up, we have new entry. So if we hit new entry now, let's build out the new entry, the next step. Okay. So new entry, firstly, I'm going to pop in my component firstly and run you through the components and what we do. So journal entry form is the magic sauce. This is really where the whole user experience kind of kicks in. So that would be, did I take a picture of it? No, I didn't take a picture of it. Remember, basically when you create a new entry, that entire UI essentially in the middle is the journal entry form. Keyboard avoiding view, safe area view is self-explanatory. It's going to push it down. Keyboard avoiding view means that whenever you open a keyboard on your phone, so say I'm looking at a screen and I open the keyboard, say if I'm on WhatsApp and I send a message, if I didn't have a keyboard avoiding view, the view would be, you would block your view with the keyboard. When you have a keyboard avoiding view, it pushes everything up. So the input bar is on top of the keyboard as it goes up and down. Without the keyboard avoiding view, you don't have that. And you also have to add in this little check here because it's a known thing. It slightly differentiates the behavior based on if you're on iOS, we prefer padding. And if you're on Android, we prefer a height shift in how it moves. And then you can also add even more space if you wanted with this. Okay. So that's the first thing. Now, what's going on here? So params, you know, when we click on a card, for example, in the home screen here, we get sent to this screen and there are params. So params get passed through. Prompt title, prompt text, suggested mood. We can grab it using use local search params. Handle save is a local function which takes a title, content, images, mood, and user ID. That's going to be the user experience when we put in the details. And then it creates a journal entry with the input. Okay. This is our what's it called? The helper function we created earlier. So firstly, it will categorize the journal entry. So it'll go to the AI, generate a category for it, and then the response will have the category and so forth. But here really, before that, so that's the auto categorization part. Step 2 is uploading all the images. Step 3 is creating the content blocks for how we store it inside of Sanity. And then step 4 is putting the journal entry together. And then step 5 is saving it to our backend. Okay. So that's effectively all of the steps that we're doing here. So let's do the UI first because that, and then after that, we replace the router by sending them to entries. We've got handle cancel, we've got a alert pop up, we've got initial data, which is basically either going to be the prompt data from the card or it will be blank. Okay. And then journal entry form is the main part, right? So we have to build this journal entry form. So let's do that. So in components, we're going to have a journal entry form. So journal entry form, lots of things going on in this file. Quite a juicy big file, right? Firstly, let's install the dependencies we need. We need Expo image picker. That was responsible for allowing us to go ahead. We need to go to our upper level and npm I Expo image picker. And this is going to be in the Expo app. So we need to install in that dependency, that area. Then we've got lib constants moods. Okay, so in moods, so let's go to our lib constants. We don't have a constants file, so we need to create that. So lib, right, lib constants moods. And in here, we have mood options. different icons for different faces, a label, a value, lowercase typically, and the color for the mood. And that's going to be what we render through to render out the smiley faces. The mood config effectively is a lookup map. So that way we can basically go ahead and, get from the very happy face to the color and so forth, right? And then this is just a fetching function. So now going back here, firstly, if we hit save and we go to one of these, oh, I've screwed something up horribly. What do I do? App. No. What did I do? 1 minute. Yeah, I was gonna say, what the hell? Okay. Go here. So experience. Okay, so yeah. So you see, when I come onto the page, the first thing is this. Let me show you the journal entry form. Lots is happening here. The first step is I will find here. When it loads, we request permissions on the component map. If the platform is web, if it's not the web, sorry, then image picker request media library permissions. So in this case, it will go ahead and say, this needs permission for the media library, blah, 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 blah. This will be a proper prompt, by the way, right? This right now is in simulator, so it sees this, but we allow it, and that means I can access the media library. So if I was to do photo library, I can access it, okay? So that's all that is. And it's just a use effect. We can either do it like this, or we can do it like that, right? It's fine. Pick image and so forth. So let's firstly dive down into the UI is down here. We can, I don't think it's worth running through the UI as such. We're rendering through the touchable opacities. We've got text input, which is how we have here. The difference is they're both the same field. They're text input style field. We map it to some local state. We have an on-change text and a placeholder. Okay. Then we've got the images which render out if we have selected them. So in this case, by default in the beginning, it's an empty array. Then we have the bottom toolbar, okay, with the styles and so forth, disabled as well if it's saving and all these kind of things, and our styles at the bottom. Now, the most important part is the actual functionality. When we hit save, which is cancel here, this button, which is dynamic. If we're editing, it becomes an edit button. If we're saving, it becomes a save button. And you're probably wondering, hang on, update? How? Because we're going to use the same component in our edit flow as well. Okay. So in this case, here on press, we click handle save. Because regardless if we're adding a new entry or we're updating it, it's still going to save, right? So firstly, if you just try and do space bars, it's going to go ahead and basically show you, yeah, it's missing content. You have to have something. We have to have a mood. So if I try and do this now, boom, missing content. If I try and do ABC, you can have without a title, by the way. Say, oh, you need a mood. So if I try and do that, that's an eligible post. Okay. Obviously, we've got a protective user block here. And then it will try and save. The on save is happening based on the function we pass in. So if it was an on save for an edit function, then that would be responsible there. But this is effectively passing, and then we have an on cancel, right? So the on save happens. So if we go down here, we pass in the value, and then you see what we're doing is we're abstracting the complexity of the on save to the parent component who calls it. Okay. Show image options. So add image, choose how you want to add image, camera, photo library. Yeah, this is this one. And then basically you can either go ahead and take a photo. Right now, if we try that, it's not going to work. We'll request permission, but you see, obviously we're on a simulator. Mega says, do I have to install it with Orbit, or what does Orbit do? No, so I'm having issues with Xcode. It doesn't show up the simulator just like yours. You need to open Xcode, and then it will cut. Xcode is an IDE, by the way. Then what you do is you need to create a simulator in your Xcode. So just Google create simulator in Xcode. Once you have it, you'll be able to open a simulator. You have to actually like go to simulator, the settings, for example. No, is it this one? No. This device. If you hit like open simulator, you see iOS 17. I've got a bunch of them, 17.4, 18, and so forth. You have to actually set these up. So you have to actually download iOS 17 for your simulator and do a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so it's a bit of a setup process, but that's what you would have to do, okay? Now, yeah, so effectively, all we're doing is passing in a higher order on save. Now, if we go back to the new entry page, which is where we're rendering this, look, handle save is where we create journal entry and then we replace. The handle save we're passing as our onSave function. You see? So that's how we define what's going on. So now if I was to do, for example, hello world, this is dope. Okay. Now, if I do save, oh, categorization failed. Why? 404 not found. Because we don't have an AI model that to categorize it. You see? It's going to hit something where it shouldn't hit. Like it's not going to work. Okay. So what we now need to do is do our save. No, what is it? On save, handle save, create journal entry here. Categorize journal entry. So now we need to create an API endpoint to categorize. How do we do that? Right. So Expo doesn't just do native apps and web apps. It also allows us to build a server, like an API endpoints. How do we do that? So what we need to do now is we're going to create inside of our app, we're going to have an API folder. So let's close it all. Inside of our app, we have a API folder. Okay. And inside of here, we're going to have a categorize plus API.ts. The plus API, sorry, is very important. We need to have that. Okay. We are using Vercel AI SDK. Okay. So Vercel AI SDK, if you want to know how to do the full install for that, Vercel AI SDK, install, getting started. You can go ahead and install it all. Let's do Expo. And you can see here, no, this one here, npm. We need a bunch of things, including Zod, right? So I forgot to mention we're actually doing Zod today as well. So you want to install that at the top level, AI SDK / OpenAI, AI SDK, /React, and Zod. Next up, we need the OpenAI key at this point, by the way. So by default, our environment .local, this one, it will search for an OpenAI _API _key, right? You need a key. Now, where do you get a key, right? So thank you so much, Praslav. I appreciate you. So where can we get the key? You can definitely get it working. I understand it's frustrating. It's one of those things, it's a debugging thing. We can't help as much here, but join into our school community and we can help you out inside there. All right. So what were we doing? We were doing OpenAI key. So in OpenAI, I'm not going to run through fully how to do it, but platform.openai.com. Once you're here, go to your login. On the side, you'll see API keys. You need to generate a key. All right. If I showed you here, for example, platform.openai.com. Here, for example, you go to settings, you go to API keys. I've got tons of them. Create a personal key. Create a personal key. It'll give you a value there. Now, I've already done that. I've got one here, journal and app demo. So I'm going to close that. Once you have your value, copy it. Don't share it with anyone because otherwise your account's going to get built up to the nines. Someone else using your key. And that's paid. You want to copy that value and then you're going to paste it. You guys thought I was about to slip, right? So you're going to paste it there. I'm saving my file and I'm closing my environment file for you to never see again because now that's going to expose my key and then I have to invalidate. Otherwise, people are going to definitely run up my key. All right. So now in this case, we've got our post request for the categorize function. So what is this? It's a post request. Okay. It takes title, content, user ID. Firstly, let's take a look at when we called it. When we called it, we passed in the body, title, content, user ID. So title, content, user ID, that's where it comes in. New headphones, Sonny looking like, yeah, they are new headphones. Appreciate it, dude. They're so much clearer. The open back earphones is much better, right? If no user ID, if no content, return errors, 401, 400, so forth. And then these are logs for us, right? It fetches all the existing categories. So firstly, we have our fetch, okay? Because we generated our types, we can safely access that. So now if I do .length, so for example, I know now if I was to go into one of these, you see I've got the different actual attributes from the database because we have our type definitions. So here, the logs will help out a lot. It says categorizing it, found like, 10 existing categories, the entry text, and then this is the magic part. So we need to prepare our text that we're going to pass into for AI analysis. We pass in the title and the content. Okay. And if we didn't have a title, we just pass the content. Now, what we're doing is we're having GPT with the generate object function. Okay. Now, what I want you to do here is you can choose really on the model you want. 4.0 is what we're using here. You can do any model really you want. If we do dash, you can see there's tons of them. I would say really at this point for categorizing, a mini would do just as good. Really, you don't really need too much complexity. So let's try and swap it live and do 4.0 mini. Schema is what we pass in. No, is it schema what we pass in? No, I don't think it is. No, schema is what we expect as the output, I believe. Was what was it? Schema existing. This is our output schema, what we expect for the shape to be. By the way, the new agent kit makes this all visual a lot of the time. So it's actually very good in that sense, right? So Z object, so category, we're basically going to have whether to use the existing action. So basically what it chose to do, the category ID, which one it made, the new category title, new category color, if it made one, and the reasoning about why it did what it did. And then what we do is we have a prompt. You're a categorization expert for a personal journal application. Analyze the following, blah, blah, blah. And we pass in the entry text. We pass in the existing categories into that prompt. And then we basically say, you can also, by the way, give it tools to fetch the prompts if you wanted to. But this is a back-end action. It doesn't really matter too much, all right? Unless you have like a million different categories. That's different, So instructions, firstly, carefully review, blah, 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 blah. And then basically you can pause the screen and read that. But what this is doing is it's only going to create a new category if none of the existing categories are a current match. Otherwise, it will go ahead and create a new category. Now, what we're doing is we're passing in the outputs. We're basically going to do that logic based on the output. The agent here is not doing that. Okay. So once it's done, we basically say if it's an existing category, then we're going to say category ID is required. So we firstly check that all the information was passed back to us. And then we proceed. Else, it will create a new category. So basically, we're just preparing our data to make sure this is just a sanity check, right? So if we have to create the category, we have to create it here. So all this is doing is calling our helper function to create a new category and then creating inside of sanity. And then we have the category here. And then we return the category ID, the reasoning, the action, and the category title. Okay. Going back now, this response will have in the result, it's a categorization result. When we see on the logs, will show us what's going on. And then this categorized journal entry, where did we call that from? Our journal. So we called it in two locations, right? If we're editing or if we're creating. So in this case, it will come back to us with categorization, and then you see category ID. But inside of here, by the way, we have a few things. We have reasoning, a bunch of stuff. We did console log it so we can actually see what that says now. So let's do a refresh. And last time it broke at that point. So if I said, hello world, 1, 2, 3, yo, and then we do a smiley face, save. Categorization failed, 404 not found. So I've screwed something up. So the 404 is happening because it's not finding this. Generate API URL. So let's debug. So firstly, I actually created the entry as well. You could, okay, I'm not going to implement it now, but you can actually have a failsafe. So it could be atomic. So everything has to succeed versus nothing. In this instance, it didn't do that, obviously. But in this case, we also don't want it to stop doing everything if just a categorization build. So you should still add it. The category is like a nice to have. So just to do hi, 1, 2, 3, this, and then save. Firstly, let's just check. Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry guys. The reason why that didn't work, we have to change something very critical. So now I reset the entire server. I forgot to explain. When we create an API endpoint, right? I'll explain atomic in a minute. Atomic means basically, just so you're aware, it means it either all happens or it doesn't happen at all. So if one part fails, the whole thing is rolled back. So that means it's an atomic update. So a normal update means some stuff could have got through, some stuff might not, and that's like it's up there. But if it says an atomic update, it means it's either all in or nothing. Okay, but whenever we have an API endpoint, we have to change something very important. In app.json, where we have web, output is no longer static. The output is instead going to be server. And then that means that we change something very important now. So we're going to cut that npm run style. Also, you can see the AI was working there. I would probably read some of this. That's fine. It's loading RM keys. Just do a refresh. And now let's inspect the terminal as we do it. So we do yo 1 2 3 1 2 3 blah blah, happy face, smile. Okay, creating journal. Look at this, creating journal with auto categorization, categorizing entries, found 7 existing categories, AI categorization result, category daily life. The entry yo does not provide specific content or context beyond a number, but the title suggests a casual or spontaneous expression which aligns best with the daily life category. Now, none of these say finance. So let's try and test the other flow, right? So I'm gonna be like, rearranged my entire financial stock portfolio. Let's just go ahead and say, I actually did it all. There we go. Happy days, right? And then success. Right now, as you can see, rearranging my entire financial stock portfolio, and you can see work career. Okay, found that one. Using existing category. Let's just say this is all about accounting. I'm just trying to really fall that into it. So this is an accounting update. I'm now good. It's not my job, it's my financial skill. I don't know, something like that. I want to try and get it away from it. It's not most of my financial skill. The point is, I'm trying to force it into another bucket. So there we are. And then work and career. Okay. The journal entry discussed an accounting update which aligns well with work and careers. Accounting is viewed as a professional skill. Yeah, it's true. All right. No, we didn't add insets to the entries tab. We haven't done that yet. But you can see, look, the point is that's pretty damn cool. It's auto categorizing everything. Okay. So we've got that working pretty nicely. And also look, the auto generation worked really well, right? So, sorry, the params work really well. So let's do now, I want to do entries. So go to entries and let's go ahead and get that working. So entries, and this is where we're moving pretty good now because a lot of the fundamentals are down. Firstly, let's go ahead and just create entry button we have to create. So I will explain the coding entries in a moment, but firstly, let's do create entry button, components, create entry button. So here we have it. So create entry button, handle press, a new entry. It's just a button, literally, which says create new entry. So here we have it. Oh, I think I actually got rid of the entry button. I don't even think we use it anymore now. Oh yeah, we did if it's empty, yeah. So now in entries, I come here, hit save, hit a refresh. Loading, yeah, there you go, right. So you see there's the ones that we had. So refresh, and you can see first here is this little spinner on the entries, loading your journal entries, and then bam, it pops in, okay? So the create entry button is there. Sometimes you've got to do a little trick. So a bunch of imports, let's jump through it. So, Sonny, future software after 6 months. I'll explain that. That's a big question, dude. Entry screen. So here we have it. Insets. We do use insets here to define, because you see that if I use safe area view, I wouldn't be able to do that. So safe area view, so insets allows us to do that. We just add padding at the ideal level. Okay. So firstly, we load entries here, fetch entries. It's very simple. We load it when either the user ID changes, easy as. This one, why is that freaking out? Exhausted dependencies. Oh, then you have to memorize it. Okay, a bit excessive. All right, for now it's fine. But yeah, you typically don't want to have this. You'd have to memorize this based on a few things and all that. You don't really need to have that. I mean, basically what they're saying is if I did this, load the entries, this will now have to be memoized. Yeah, in a callback. Yeah, which is with the React compiler coming, it's no longer going to be a thing. So for now, it's okay. On refresh, there we go. That's pulled to refresh, by the way. So on refresh, group entries by date. This is a grouping function, this one. So this is effectively reducing. A reduce, if you don't know how to do a reduce, I highly recommend in your free time, you figure out what a reduce is. It's an ES6 function, but can be very, very powerful and handy. A reduce effectively will take all of our entries and it will reduce it down into key value mapping of individual dates. In this case, so the key would become October 9th with only those array values of that day. And then basically it can be a super powerful tool, right? That's where AI is great. It can write and reduce for us. That's why I love it, right? So in this case, we have this down. So this is just going to go ahead and do a grouping. So basically it's just going to go ahead and group all the days that are the same together. Handle entry press. This one, I don't even know if we did that anymore. But this is, I'm sure we got rid of that. I think it's mainly, yeah, it's if we had nothing in there, that's when it will come up. But yeah, if loading, it has an indicator, loading your journal entries. If nothing, we've got it. There we have it. Yeah. So we tap plus button. If you write your first journal entry, that's fine. Grouped entries is the ones that we just had above. So it'll give us all the key value pairs. If you can look here, you'll see grouped entries type. ID, I mean, there's actually a full on array. So it's returning the entire group. But this is where TypeScript comes in clutch, because when you're dealing with things like this, it just saves you a bunch of hassle. Then it will sort the entries by the date. So we've got the, the most recent at the top, and then we have our styling. So refresh control, by the way, is what we have. So scroll view is this scroll view we're used to. Refresh control, we can pass in this. And what this is doing is on refresh is that it's that native behavior of pull to refresh, right? And then you can just pass in the on refresh function, load entries. And then you can say that's what it should be doing. Yeah. Then we've got our styling. So in this case, it's pretty self-explanatory, sorted day entries. This is effectively going to go ahead, and this is effectively how we render these blocks, right? So I'm not going to jump in. You can see that for yourself. Like the code is there. It's self-explanatory. AI generated category title is here. The AI generated category color that we decided and so forth. It's great, right? So that's perfect. When we click into it now, what happens? We don't have that. And that's what I love. TypeScript is telling us, oh, you don't even have that page. /entry /page. So we can't view a page at the moment. Okay. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do the entry page now. So this is actually outside of tabs. So here we're going to have a entry / is it? Yeah. So in this case, in Expo is slightly different. It's going to be ID as a wildcard here, .tsx. And then this will be new. No, this will just be view entry page. View entry. Oh, sorry. React Native functional. View entry page. Okay. So that's going to be that. Now, if we click it, bam. Well, sometimes we have to do a refresh. I don't think that was the reason though. I think it was, yeah, sometimes you actually have to do a refresh. Yeah. In that case, you see that view entry page, right? And the reason why is that wildcard, the square brackets, that ID can be anything. Okay. So let's create that page. So this page, bunch of styling at the bottom as standard. Go to the top. Main thing I want you to focus on is that. That's how we get the wildcard that we pass through. So if we do /entry / the ID of the page, that's how we get that ID, and then we can do a lot of things off of that. Journal entry display, we need to go ahead and create this. This is basically going to be how to render an entry. So then we can see one different to journal entry form. Okay. This one is just a display. It's simpler. Lib client, Sonny client. This one is actually, URL 4. I do have URL 4. Okay. I'm going to import my own. There we go. Had it. Sometimes it's just silly. That's there. Like URL 4 export function. It's there. Yeah. Portable text we need to actually install. npmi portable text. Let's hit a refresh. When this happens, sometimes I just do a force. I do restart TypeScript server. I hit save, and even then, it's just deciding to be annoying. Okay, that's a bit annoying. Let's see. It's there. It clicks through to it literally. Anyway, the point is that here we have the journal entry display, which is effectively, we go back over to our ID page. We have that component. Yep. So first I'll show you what the page is. So it loads the page. Okay. Edit, delete, they take you to different pages. The edit will take you to an edit page. The delete will take you to it would be a delete pop-up. Delete will actually work now. If we were to delete now, we've already got those functions. And then for example, pull to refresh, rearrange. That one you can automate if you really want. You can have it as it sometimes does it doesn't. Otherwise, but you can basically just reload the entries using use layout effect. Yeah. So in this case, let's do that. So in here we go down, we can see we're loading all the entries, get journal entry by ID instead. We have a loading situation, an error situation, a handle edit button, which will just simply push us to the edit entry page. Then we have the handle edit, which is effectively just going to be confirm delete, goes ahead and calls delete journal entry. Thank you, Saren. I appreciate it. Can edit, check if user owns this entry for whatever reason. Let's just see, like, you know, I mean, you could implement shared journals. Day one journal does that as well. And then we have a safe area, scroll view. This one we have a safe area. So you see how it doesn't scroll up? But in this instance, I don't mind because my view is here. So I'm trying to show you guys the difference between insets and safe area view. All right. So you got the can edit. And then, yeah, just some styles and the journal entry display at the bottom. Okay. So that one's fairly straightforward to the point. Okay. And then the edit. So when we click that, we need to go to that screen. Okay. So I want to go to the app entry, journal entry display. So firstly, I didn't cover this one, the journal entry display. So this one here. So a bunch of this effectively util functions we decided earlier, portable text components. This is for rendering out Sanity text blocks. So Sonny suggests that when we have rich text editors, such as Sanity's, it basically will showcase the information as like a block of different things. So what we're doing is, as we render out the different things like the block, the normal, the H1, the H2, block quote, we say, when you get that, render out a text. When you get that, render out this. When you get that, render out that, and so forth. Same with marks, list item, and so forth. And then we have the styles above, and then we have the different categories, and then we have the portable text, which renders out the portable text components, which I just talked about, these ones. The main important one to mention is the image. Image is different. If we have an image on the page, we firstly check all no checks and all that stuff. Then we get the image URL. So it's using the Sanity helper. This is optimization. So it's actually requesting that image with an optimization. So from Sanity's server, saying, give me an image, give me that image, but only at 800 by 400, and then crop the fit, auto format it, give me the URL for that. There'll be a specific URL with a bunch of query params at the end of it. And then we render that into our image component with the caption underneath it. Okay. So that's effectively what's going on there. Now, the next screen that we need to create is the edit screen. So right now we click the edit button, it takes us to something, but it basically becomes, it's so funny that you guys are saying that. It's so true. So many people I know use GPT as their journal. So edit entry. So in this case, we're gonna have edit entry inside a wildcard.tsx. We need two helper functions, entry, extract images and extract text content. This one is I'll explain at a high level what this is doing. We get the ID from the local search params. We load the journal entry. But more importantly, what happens here, guys, remember, we created a journal entry form earlier. I remember I said the on save, we decided at the parent level what the handle save did, and also what the initial data is, and also if we're editing or not. Right, that was another prop. Is editing. By default, it's false, but is editing determined the button saying update or save. So what we're effectively doing is we're reusing the same component, but we're setting initial data from, instead of being empty, we're saying you will be the initial data of that post, right? And the handle save, if you already know what the ID of this post is, because we're inside of there, right? So in this case, look, handle save function, and then basically it performs this. So this is why we pushed it to the parent level, because we have access to all the information there. We have the ID, update journal entry for this ID of post with this information, and then dismiss, because otherwise what can happen is you update and then you can swipe back. That's a very weird experience. Dismiss removes it from the stack, and then we push the entry screen. If you really wanted to, you could push the entry itself because you have the ID here. So you could actually go to the page, but I think it's nicer to save and then go back to all entries. Cool. So in that case, that actually does it. We need to have the entry here, extract images and extract text content. So this one is the important part. What does that mean, right? So extract text content. The way we save the block text inside of Sanity's database versus the way that it renders out, two different things. Same with the images. So we have to have some helper functions here to help us with that. So we have a lib, utils, and we need an entry. So this is going to be entry.ts. So here, what are we doing here? We've got journal image, we've got portable text. Now what we're doing, we're saying we accept portable text content, which is the way we rendered it out. Okay. Then what we're doing is we're filtering and we're mapping it down to basically create, like if it was a block of text, we're getting all the span tags and we're just joining them and we're separating them by new lines. So effectively they come into new lines on the screen, how it's saved, right? Same with images. We got here, we go through each one. If the block type is an image, we basically get the URL for that image, and then we push the URLs into an array of URLs. So you can hear journal image is URI, caption and URI. We basically need to go ahead and do URL for each one to generate the link to that Sanity will give us to render the image. So now that we have those, that will go away. Now we should be good. So if we go ahead and edit, again, once you do a big change like that, you might have to do a refresh. Lots of new files. Entries. I rearranged my entire stock portfolio, edit. And that, it populated it. I actually did it all. It's amazing. And I'm kind of not as happy as I used to be anymore about it, right? Let's go ahead and select a photo to see if the upload worked. So in this case, let's do a choose picture, update. Now you can see it's saving. It's got a nice overlay as well that we've added on that one. And as you can see, bam, journal entry updated. The image, I believe okay, so I didn't actually build in the edit for the image part. So that challenge for you guys, but I'll show you that it does work. Like if I type in hello world 123, this is cool. Do a not sad face for some reason, and I put an image in. I'll show you that the image does upload. And hit save. And then while it's saving, because obviously it's auto categorizing. At this point, you could also do an optimistic update, another addition you could do. In this case, look, there you go. Nice, right? The deletion as well. Let's delete it. And then there we are. Yeah. So now, oh yeah, actually, see that time we got rid of it, right? So, it takes up in another video can convert to be a log for the dev 100 challenge. Oh, that's a challenge. Oh, that's nice. So we have the entries, we have Okay, so we have all of the edit flow, the delete flow, the new entry flow, everything working. We even have discard flow, this home streaks and everything. Now we need to do profile, AI chat, and next step. So let's pick up pace on this. We can go to, I don't want everyone passing out on me. I'm gonna have a profile. So let's do the profile screen first, which is here, app, tabs, profile. Yeah. So profile. Firstly, the profile is actually a somewhat very simple screen. I'll show you what it's doing. Okay. We have the user. Again, we're safely inserting our inserts here. We can go in and press R. We've got the streaks. This is why hooks are so good, by the way, right? If we go into profile now, you can see that if it's loaded, you get the user initials, user display name, clean coding, guys. Alexander, what's good, dude? Good to see you. We've got the scroll view. We can scroll through. All it has is the streaks, which are nicely just prepared and drawn out using our nice little theme colors, right? A bit of our profile picture. And if you go down here, 2 buttons. One is going to prompt you to say, are you sure, on a sign out. So if we can see here, firstly, let's do the subscription, this one. It will take you to localhost 8081/pricing. Now, challenge for you guys, basically, this should be checking its environment. So this really should be if like process.env. If its node environment is production, that should be the production URL. Obviously, we're not deploying today. So in this case, we don't have a production URL, but that will be the production URL, else the localhost URL. So that's very important, actually. Yeah. For prod environment. So something you would have to do. And then you got the pricing here. I just got to read this one. It says so cool. Alexander goes, bro, Sonny, your AI SaaS challenge with the PDF app helped me learn so much stuff and then build an awesome project, and all for free. Keep it, Sonny and the team. I appreciate you so much, Alexander. Dude, if you're excited and you really want to be a part of something big, all I would say is, as long as you've signed up at some point to our emails, which you have because you've been in the challenge, just give it a week or so. We're working overtime to get this thing delivered, right? But there's going to be a new... The community will be one again in the best way possible that we've ever done, period. It's going to be sick. And I cannot wait. So it's going to be sick. Yeah, look at he goes, yo, what's good, Bob fan? What's up, man? So in that case, that one will open up the pricing page. Right now, we don't have a pricing page. So it will take us to localhost 8081 pricing, which doesn't exist. Well, this is not the page, by the way. This is on the demo. Obviously, you can see I've been testing this a lot. If we were to do that again, you'll see that it just won't load. There'll be, there you go. Serve error, cannot find page or React dialog and everything like that. It's not there. Okay. So you're going to get errors because we haven't set any of that up. Now, sign out, on the other hand, is different. Sign out is going to be sign out button. This one, just a simple sign out button that we used earlier. Right now, we're putting it here. So you sure you want to sign out? If we said yes, it will sign us out. And the protective route will throw us out. Now, free plan. How is that happening there? So Clerk Billing do something sick, really nice. What they do is they give us these protect components, right? So here you can see protect from Clerk Expo, right? Protect is so nice. You can basically protect anything based on a couple of things. You can do roles, permissions, script, subscription billing plan, as well as access to a certain feature and so forth. Right? They really give you quite a lot of flexibility to get it done the way that you want. So in this case, I'm protecting, saying anything inside of here is only available if you're on a pro plan. That's it. The fallback is it will say a free plan. So in this case, I'm on a free plan. I'm not a pro member. My clerk user is not a pro member. Okay. So right now I'm on the pro plan. That's fine. Right. So before we implement the pricing section, let's do AI chat up until that point. Okay. So AI chat right now, AI chat. So this, I'm trying to think the best way to show you this one. I think, okay, so I will pull this out, but I'm going to have to break it down and explain a ton of stuff. So firstly, styles at the bottom, same as always. Let's do a couple of imports. Generate API URL. That one we changed our URL because we had our own little function, which was this. React Native Markdown Display is a library we need to install. So firstly, let's get those out of the way. Now, while that's doing its thing, and we hit a refresh, R on the keyboard, when you click it, this is the AI chat screen. So if I go here now, we get this screen. Now, why are we seeing this screen? Right, let me show you why. We have the user here. We have, obviously, we're doing insets for the main screen. Now, ignore all of this. We'll come to this afterwards. This is Vercel AI streaming chat. Ignore everything up until this point now. So here, this is the main container, and then we have a protect block. We have a pro plan protection on it. We have a fallback, which is what we're seeing right now. So we can focus on this bit, and then we can implement the chat after we get past this, right? So the fallback right now is what we're seeing here. The upgrade to pro is, again, taking us to localhost / pricing, right? So again, productionize that URL if you were to take it to production. Now, what this is doing is basically, if we're not on a pro plan, we don't see the contents of this page ever. We're just not allowed to see the contents of that page. So this is an easy way of doing gating inside of an app. Literally, you can get anything with just a higher order component, or you can use the functional has property, which Clerk Billing also give us access to. Okay, so that's really powerful, by the way. Yeah. Destroy that like button, guys. There's so much going on in this build. I'm like blown away with the retention as well, because it's been a seriously intense build. But just all I ask is you hit that like button and help this grow, because this is so much free value it's nuts, right? A dreamer says, bro, just joined the live. Curious if you would want to submit the app to both App Store and Play Store. Wouldn't you be required to use the in-app billing system instead of Clerk Billing? No, you used to be, yes. However, they got sued massively. Check out Apple lawsuit on billing. And that's why it's now a much bigger thing. So no, you can actually do it outside. And technically what we're doing here is how Spotify effectively do it. We're not handling the billing in the app at all. We're actually doing it outside in a web and a different web page. And then we're just using the user's access rights to do it. But yeah, typically it would have been banned, but then they got sued massively because they used to impose that too hard. And then things like Stripe checkout, things were getting rejected. It was crazy. So yeah, they got a massive lawsuit with that. Okay, so in this case, the AI chat assistant, we're locked. So when I click it, I should go to and upgrade my plan screen. Okay, so pause here. Now let's create that pricing screen. How do we do that? Okay, so for the pricing screen, what we're going to do now is we want to go and create a pricing page. So what does that mean, right? Well, firstly, we can go ahead and do this in a few ways. If we only want a page to exist for only the web, right? What's up, Peter? Then we can actually have something like this. We can have pricing.web.tsx. That's actually a valid thing. So React Native functional. The problem with this, so we can say pricing page, right? The problem with that is if we ever reach that page, it will say, well, you need a sibling page in order to be able to use that. So for example, if I go here, upgrade to pro, cannot find required stack, blah, 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 blah. Am I running this page somewhere else? I'm just checking, sorry. Web is bundled. Okay, so firstly, that just trust me on this, was what error. Okay, you need to have then a pricing page next to it. In this instance, if you ever arrived at the pricing page, it's not the end of the world, but you could have a pricing page saying this is only available on the web. That's a simple fix for it, right? But the pricing page, what is that page, right? So pricing page is effectively going to be this page. So this one, elevate your journey. You see how in the localhost, elevate your journey, that one. Okay, so here, let's firstly, it's just a bunch of styling effectively, right? I'll show you what's going on here. So we've got the style sheet. This is there's a lot of style sheet there, right? So everything was done in the style sheet. I definitely used AI, by the way, for this bit. So because I was not styling this out manually. That's just the truth. For demos, I don't like do everything by hand. It takes a lot of time to do the styling. So in this case, we've got a bunch of styling here. If we go up to the top, So these are just blocks. There is nothing really special about these. The main thing I want you to pay attention to is that this is Clerk Billing pricing table. Okay. So the pricing table here. So sign out, use auth, handle logout, await sign out. So in this case, upgrade content. So what I've done here effectively is we have two views. Okay. So we have the pricing table here, this one. You can see it comes from Clerk Expo Web. Now that's not going to work right now because we actually need to set up Clerk, a billing. So we need to do that right now actually. So go over to Clerk and I'll show you how easy it is in Clerk to get this working. It blew my mind the first time I did it. All right, so let's do this. So, okay, there you go. All right, so let's go to configure. Let's go down to billing. And then we're going to do create a plan, right? So we're literally about to enable billing for the entire app. All right, watch this. Right now we're on the free plan. Let's create a plan. Let's call this Pro. And then description. This is the Pro plan. Okay. Monthly fee. Let's call this one $9.99. And then if you do annual, it's going to be discounted to $7.99, for example, right? Free trial, you can give a free trial, and it will go ahead and work in that way. For a feature when that, you have to use it. Service outside the app. I don't believe it's true, but I will look into it. Maybe for a feature when that you have, because Spotify is a feature in the app, and it's not built in via the app. So there are instances where I've seen this, and this is why solutions like this exist. But yeah, I mean, there are many ways to do billing, but this is one of my favorites, right? Publicly available, because in this case we managed, and then this is partly like the app is a way to access your users' privileges, right? So in this case, publicly available, yes. Features, okay, and then this is where you can list out all the features. So in this case, we could say, I don't know, AI chat. AI chat. Let's just say complex AI chat. I don't know, something like that. Yeah. Really cool feature, right? Really cool feature. For example, create feature, right? Just a dummy one. Create that feature. There you go. It's there. Save. That's one of them, right? Now, after that, we go back. We've got two plans. Okay. Go to settings, and you can see we have to enable billing. Now, I want you to pay attention. Here is the awesome part. So firstly, add our pricing table, and you can go ahead and work. And then you see, look, then use SDKs in the apps code by using our has method and protect component. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Alexander. I appreciate you, dude. That's very kind of you. All right. So here's the amazing part. Typically, when you did any kind of billing, you got Stripe, you got to set up the account and connect the account and the webhooks and all that kind of stuff. Clerk Payment Gateway, while you're testing, you just have it ticked and it does that. It will just work. And you even have test cards and everything in the mix. It's awesome. Okay. So what we can do is we go back, and now you can see we've got the pricing table. I've customized some of the internal styles, but the new subscription redirect URL, once you finish, takes you to the forwards. Again, productionize that URL. But here, plan change success. Okay. So in this case, Digital Alchemist, Steven, that's funny. So you see that, please use the web version to manage your subscription. That's what we're saying. Features section, everything you get with Pro. Effectively, what we're doing here is we're mapping through, and we've got the trust badge, secure and private, and so forth. What I want to show you though is mainly it's how it renders. So the content is here. This is the main thing that actually gets rendered out. Like if the platform is web, then we show this, right? So const content equals protect plan pro. Fallback is the upgraded content. Otherwise, it's the managed content flow. So upgrade content is this view where it says, you know, you can upgrade things, blah, 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 blah. Otherwise, the other one would be the managed content, which is just a different view. So you can, again, push these into separate components. That's what I would do in production. Keep it super clean. And there we have it, right? So in this case, now we can give it a try. So very strange issue before though. So let's go to our AI chat. Okay, we need to upgrade to Pro. Takes me over here. Let's fix this. What's going on here? So cannot find module radix React dialog. So, oh, polyfill maybe, yes. So, okay, there is a reason why this wouldn't. Okay, React dialog. So that's Tamagui, React dialog. So let's look at the dialog setting. So React dialog. So here, when we set that up, here we didn't do this. If you notice, and we did that already. Portal provider. Yeah, portal provider. That's what I forgot to do. I've skipped steps. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, that's frustrating. That was a very important bit. All right. So we forgot to do that. Yeah, I jumped ahead. So what that is effectively, if you go to the app, layout at the app level. Yeah, we forgot to do that big time. So portal provider is above the modal provider. Portal provider. And this is for the alerts and everything like that. And then what we do is we pass in should add root host. And that's true. And then pull that from Tamagui. And now we hit a refresh on the iPhone. So an R refresh. Let's rebuild. You know what? I would even say, because we changed so much at this point, stop the server, restart your server. And then now try it. So upgrade to Pro. Let's see if it's doing it. It's bundling. Okay, now we've got another issue. Cannot find module radix UI React dialog. Okay, so interesting. So a few things. So there was a polyfill that we had to do somewhere, and I can't remember if it was Tamagui or if it was. This would have been from. Which one was the polyfill for? Ah, damn it. So one of these libraries has a polyfill, and I believe it's Tamagui. Polyfill. No, if it's not polyfill, it couldn't have been Clerk. I don't think it was Sonny. Let me try and find where this was from. Stardate. Install Stardate. Vercel AI SDK. That was it. Yeah. So when we use the Vercel AI SDK, we have to have this polyfill. I've completely forgotten about it. Yeah. So I think that's what's causing us to, but that's a different issue. So firstly, let's address different things. So Vercel AI SDK, we'll come back to that. That's needed. Thank you, Alexander. He goes, I don't know how you get so tired from I was making a website for new event. I couldn't last more than 1 hour session at a time. Need a little break. I appreciate it. It just takes time. It's a stamina thing. I've been doing it for, I don't even know, 15 years at this point. It's like it's second thing to me now. I just don't stop working. I swear to God, I feel like I just work all the time. But let's install Radix UI React Dialog. I believe that is the first issue at hand. I'm just checking if I have it even installed on my other app. So package JSON. So let's do a little debugging now. So dun, dun, dun. I want to do a little comparison against my app here quickly. I feel like I've skipped a step. I've skipped a few steps today. I want to check. This is a prime example of where I've got a bunch of code. This is my actual app, the finished one. Which dependencies are different from the above in our package JSON. So I'll do a little quick list the differences. So there's a difference with what I've installed versus what's here, or a config. There's one or the other. I've messed up somewhere. So I appreciate you, Siren. So let that do its thing. In the meantime, app.json, I believe. Output server is fine. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Tamagui Metro plugin. So I don't have a Metro plugin with mine. And that's what's causing a difference here. So if I was to remove this, because mine is working without the Metro plugin, although I don't think that's the issue. Radix, Metro plugin. Yeah, it could be. Let's keep that for a second. Keep that for a moment. Okay, let's have a look. So there are differences here. So 242, your current package JSON is more up to date. So Tamagui Babel plugin is slightly bigger. This one's different. Configs, very minor things. And then what we can even do to get more help is you can actually, for example, screenshot that right there and suggest, you can do a debug step here. Just be like, help debug this issue on Expo web pricing page. So while that does this thing, we can carry on looking. So this is effectively how I would be doing things a lot of the time. Honestly, it helps a lot. All right. The error shows that the module radix cannot be found. So now it's going to go check it. Expo pricing page imports pricing. So it's importing. So firstly, 1 minute, let's see that. So it's using pricing which depend on Radix UI for web. The error shows that the Radix UI React dialog is missing. So I was thinking to install that, but I don't think that's the only thing. Siren goes, just want to give a huge shout out to Sonny, Jay, Stephen, and Typuff every single day against Bob, and incredible work that's done. Keep watching. Appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, dude. Frustrating. I feel like it's React dialog, Radix. I don't have Radix installed. But anyway, could be a slight difference with a patch update. So let's add it because it's literally saying we don't have it. So I want to see if that is enough of a resolution here. And then it's saying we've installed in some of the others. No, these we don't need to do yet. This is something we can do afterwards. So we can stop that. Yeah. Now let's do Command B, pull this over, detected a change, restart the server and the Metro config. Okay, npm run start. That's because I deleted it and brought it back. And then refresh. When you see it rebuilds, upgrade to Pro. Let it load. It's rebuilding. Okay, so it was genuinely probably one of those 0.2 upgrades where it happened. No, I think it was because of the header. Because here we've got oh my goodness. Is that genuinely what it is? That could actually be it. So if we go to the header, notice how header is shown here. Layout. I think I know it. It was because of we didn't even include it there. Interesting. So notice how pricing is at this level. Hang on a minute. Oh, Sonny, you screwed up. Okay, yeah. Pricing shouldn't be here. In layout, this is the top level. Pricing should be next to the top level, not in the app itself, because it's not in the... okay, yeah. So pricing should have been out here. That's the difference. Yeah, okay. Although I just think I think we just fixed something actually. I need to check something. So you see, by the way, look, the pricing table comes up, complex AI chat, lovely. We can log in. Okay, so No, so it's not going to change that flow. All right, so what effectively do we want to do here? Firstly, that does not need to be in there, okay? We can actually be out of here. So what we want to do here is refresh, close that, yeah? Okay, so rewinding, go here, upgrade to Pro, and now we go to the pricing flow. And as you'll see, we get this page. That's what we wanted. Now, no, the reason why we do this is because app layout has guards and a few things in between it, right? So these are guarded. Pricing is not part of any of that. It's outside of any of the guards or all of that stuff. It's at a top level because technically anyone could go to that URL /pricing and upgrade a plan. So in this case, let's say I'm on the free plan or Pro plan. Prime example, you can even hide the free plan, by the way. You can actually go ahead and say that should not be public. So if you want to do that, we can go to, for example, configure Clerk. We can go to your subscription plans, free, publicly available, no, save. Now, if we hit a refresh, choose your plan, Pro. See? So like, for example, you would already be on the free plan effectively because it's free, right? So we're gating based on Pro, and obviously you can rename these variables as you wish, right? But you can see complex AI chat. Now, let's just say I subscribe. Now, think about it. This is a separate thing. It's on Safari. So think about Spotify, for example, how Spotify does it, where it will say you need to upgrade your subscription on the web, right? So this is one of those examples of where you would be sent away. You would log into that account. So in this case, let's log into my Google account, the same Clerk account. And then I come back to pricing and I can upgrade my package. So in this case, I can now subscribe. And you can see here, I've got development mode, a payment card and stuff like that. Pay with the test card. Payment was successful. And then I get redirected to the /plan success change route. So that actually happened here. Plan change success route. So now Sonny is actually a pro. So if you went here, and for example, you know, like just let's just say the app refresh, because you would be going back, so it would trigger a refresh. Then you see now we're no longer gated, and then profile, Pro plan. Okay. And if I click on view plans and pricing now, and I go back over here, we can now see, look, Sonny, manage your subscription, because you still would be logged into that account. But now because we landed on that same page, and it will take us to the other avenue. And for simplicity's sake, I've used the Clerk pre-built component here, so you can just go ahead and use this one to change your account details. Okay. Now, I want to show you, obviously, that page isn't seen anywhere. So plan change success. We're going to go ahead and pop that. It's a very easy page, guys. Like that one is 2-second work. It's literally a plan changed success page. Hit save. Let's hit a refresh on that route. What is that? It basically gets the user. It says effectively the app URL, by the way, if you want a deep link, so this one, you basically will go ahead, go to your app.json, go to the top, your scheme, sorry, this scheme is this one, right? So this will be your scheme. And basically what will happen here, I don't think that's right. Actually, I think it's literally meant to be like that, I think. Yeah. But the point is that either way, that URL, effectively, you have to create a development build, which is different. I'm not going to get into development builds in Expo today. I've done it before in another build, but today I'll maybe create a dedicated video for that stuff. But effectively, if you have a development build or a production build, then you put your scheme here, and then that will deep link back into the app. So if you want to know more about this part, it's deep linking. And then we use the linking library from Expo Linking. Open URL. If it's a deep link within the app, it will literally take you inside your app. So you've seen that behavior before. That's effectively what it's doing. Here, what we're saying is it's basically while it loads your thing. So imagine you upgraded, it takes you here. It says subscription upgrade. You can now close this page and return to the app to continue using your Pro benefits. And when you go back, bam, you're now a Pro member. You can use it. Okay. So that's effectively what it's doing. It's just basic, just styling. I've done that just as a kind of, you know, a page to say it's all done. Now let's finish the typing here. So if I was to type in hi, for example, we get a big crash, right? The whole thing doesn't work. AI chat. Now, heading back over to the AI chat. Now, of course, now we have access to the AI chat. So how do we get it working? Well, firstly, in the AI chat, we've got a few things. We're using Vercel's AI. So Vercel AI SDK Expo, right? Now here. Now there's a few things we need to do here. So let's go down. We've installed these dependencies. We've installed the OpenAI API key, which is what it defaults, by default it checks. Then we have to create a chat API.ts file. Now this is the basic one they've given us. I'll show you what we've done with it. And then you wire up your UI. So they've given a very good example here, I'll be honest. Even the API URL generator, that's effectively what we did. So the same thing that I showed you earlier is that generate API URL, in case you're wondering where I got it from. And then you run your application. It shows you how to add the tools, which I'll show you how we do as well. So all of this information is it shows you that tools. You can add a tool. It shows that this is what if the tool expects, execution and so forth. And then we need to go ahead and have updating the UI, but multi-step. If you have any tool calling, you typically have to add one line of code, which fixes it just halting. If it just halts, you're missing a critical line of code called stop when. You have to add a step count. This allows for multi-step tool calling, where basically it will go ahead and it can basically go and get all of the journal entries, maybe use another tool, come back to us. 3 steps, for example, right? So you basically are saying, yeah, you're allowed to do that in 5 steps. This is a typical pattern in agentic workflows, right? You can add more tools and so forth. So you can have several tools, for example. And then you have updating the UI for the tool. So even on the front end, you can do something like this. You have a switch where when it's rendering out the robot or the AI's text, you can say on the part, if the part was a tool call, then you should render it out like so. Now, the polyfill. Here's the interesting part. Several functions that are internally used by SDK might not be available in the Expo runtime, depending on your configuration and target platform. So we have to do something called polyfill. What is that? I'll show you. So basically, we have to go and install the following dependencies from here, and then create this polyfill.js file. So you literally are copying that polyfill. And all we're doing, guys, is we're putting that in somewhere in our project. So you can have it in a folder or whatnot. For simplicity's sake, I'm just going to pop it at the top level. So we've got polyfill.js, literally polyfill. If platform is web, do this, right? And then what we're doing is in our layout. Wow, my voice just completely went. In the layout, we are importing it like so. So at the top, we go ahead and we import our polyfill, and then we hit a refresh. And now that will polyfill on web for us, right? Or even in the Expo runtime environment. So now that will have the correct streaming capabilities. So you have to polyfill, right? Now, what we need to do next is we need to go to, so now we need to create the API endpoint. So right now when I do this, it's trying to find the API endpoint, okay? How do we do that, right? So again, we've done the API before. It's no different, guys. We have another API endpoint, but this time called chat API. So this one is called chat plus API.ts. Now, what do we do in here? Just a couple of imports. We have a post request. What happens is the front end will send back messages and user ID. Again, I got all of this information from these docs. So you can see here, create your API route. Here you got that UI message, the type definitions and everything. So we get the messages and user ID, and the user ID I'm appending, by the way. So in the AI chat, you'll notice when we send it, this is the call, basically use chat. I've tapped into some of the inner functions. We have the fetch, which is basically a fetch, simple as, right? And then we have the API URL. So in this case, if I was to do that, I wonder if that will break or not. Okay, anyway. But yeah, we're basically just, so export fetch, let's go with our fetch. I don't know if we need that. I'm just thinking. I don't even think you need that. just want to check something. 1 second, guys. Body. No, we can't do it from there. It has to be in the transport. Data path schemes, messages on data finishes tool. Yeah. So basically, we're tapping into transport here. Basically, what we're doing is we have the fetch, but here we did specify the API endpoint, the URL. Okay. Then the body of what happens, like what are we sending in it? I'm sending the user ID. Okay. So here I have the user ID comes across. If you haven't got the user ID, you're not authorized. Otherwise, it will go ahead and it'll do the following. So we basically get the current time and date for context. Is important because the AI needs to know what time and date is, because it's going to be doing relative stuff to you. Okay. You also should be maybe passing that from the user's device, because the server time could be different to yours. So something to factor in, right? Again, debugging thoughts, right? Here, we're going to keep it on 4.0 because tool calling can be a little bit more intensive. You can experiment, but just know that depending on which model you use, that can result in better or worse outcomes. Okay. Now we have a step count of 10. I'm being excessive, right? You are a compassionate AI therapist and journaling assistant with access to users' complete journaling history, current time and date. And then we've got the ISO time and date. Oh, that's what, okay. So that actually fixes it. Yeah. Uses information to accurately calculate date ranges when users ask about past entries, blah, blah, blah. Core responsibilities. Your system prompt is very important. Okay. It's basically going to prepare the AI to do what it needs to do, right? So when the user expresses emotion, actively use the tools to understand why and so forth. What's up, JavaScript? Good to see you. Pattern recognition, identify recurring themes and so forth. This you can change up. Like this is where your app could be so much better than another person's because your prompt is so much better. And then AI loves example interactions or examples because it knows how to perfectly give a response or get closer to the ideal response. So you always want to give an example, kind of like some guidelines and a few things like that. Then we pass the messages. Convert to model messages is literally given to us from AI's Vercel's AI SDK. It's a very good SDK, by the way. Yeah. And then also notice how we're calling stream text instead of generate object. Stream text is literally going to stream the text out. Now, tools. Yeah. So if we were to minimize tools, you can see it's actually relatively short. It's just a prompt and then it has a stream out. So octet stream means we're streaming data out consistently. The tools is the interesting part. We have two tools. We have this and this. There are two tools here. Okay. I appreciate you, JavaScript. I'm glad you're enjoying the Reddit clone. We have two tools. Yeah. One, get all user journal entries. Here, fetching all journal entries. Basically, you have a description of what the tool is. This is important because if we ask the AI and we say, hey, why do I still feel so bad from last week? Now, because it knows that it has this tool with this description, it will know that, okay, you can use that tool to go and get data, get the entries for the user. Okay. Say, for example, if they don't know the specific, say, for example, I just said, I don't know why I'm feeling so bad. Something must have happened. I didn't give it a specific time period. So it will use this tool, right? And basically this input schema doesn't expect anything. So basically just call this. This will go ahead and fetch the entries. And then it will go ahead and change the content blocks into, you know, a single bit of text that the AI can understand. It returns the date, title, mood, content, and category. And then it successfully formats the, oh, sorry, that's formatting, yeah. It returns the count, the entries, and the entries is the important part more so. The count is helpful because it'll be like, I found 37 entries. And in one of those entries, it's because you broke your arm that you feel pretty crap, right? That's what it will be effective. Now it's got more context. There's also another tool I gave it where I said, this one is if the user says something within a specific date range. So you just define the start date and end date. And this is the cool part about agents. So I'm saying here's a start date in ISO format, the end date in ISO format. Now the agent will basically say, if I asked it a question, I don't know what happened. Last week, I just started feeling really crap. So what it will do now is it will do the start date, the beginning of last week, the end date, the end of last week, and then it passes those two arguments into the tool, right? So then it will have the start date and end date. Then it will execute. And now we can basically create a function for it, which basically will take the user IDs and the start date, end date. This function simply just returns the the exact information that we're literally after. So create that is between these dates, right? Start and end date. And then it'll say, I found, this is console log. So it'll say, I found 3 entries, format it so the AI can understand, return it back, right? So date, title, mood, content, category. And then all we're returning is the count and the entries. Now I'd be like, actually, you feel really bad last week because you had a massive argument with your brother. You see what I mean? Like, it can then use the context more applicably. So you can take this as far as you want. Like, you can make it so clever, you can do whatever you want, but I'm giving you the foundation to make that happen. So once you return the message, literally, if we go back to AI chat now, this is the beautiful part. This transport layer handles all the streaming and everything. And then what we have as an end result, a send message function, which all we do is we use that to send a message. So in this case, whenever we click the send button on this, that will go ahead and just trigger that send message, and it will trigger the flow from the API. And then messages will just get populated based off of the result. So now what we do is, if I type in hello, oh, not found. Okay, so we need to refresh because we've created a new API endpoint and we did not restart our server. So let's do it now. Let's do a refresh. Let's do hello. Yep, there you go. And you see how it hit the server. There you go. API, chat API. And there you go. And look, it's streamed in. So in this case, just say, give me an essay. Give me an essay. I don't know. Like, you can put safeguards in. But you see, like, it's just streaming. Just say a long one. There you go. Look, okay. It's just going to give me quite short answers. But in this case, I haven't got anything to add. So firstly, I'll show you how this is all happening in a sec. But if we go to our journal entries, this is a rearrange our entire stock portfolio, blah, blah, blah. In fact, I want to import some of the tests. We did import already some of the stuff. So what I can do here, by the way, I'll show you a little trick now. So if I get the user's ID, console log, user, watch this, console.log, user, I'll show you a little, this is kind of a debugging trick, yeah? So the user's ID here, if we look inside of here, we can see it's going to be user underscore there. That's user's ID, right? Now, what you could do is you can go to your sample data, right? For when you're testing it, let's just say sample test journal entries. Where's user ID? Here, yeah, and replace all these user IDs with that. Okay. Now I want to say to my MCP server, I'm going to do a new one and be like, import the test journal entries again and replace old sanity values or entries. Okay. So now it's going to see this and it'll figure out what's going on. So obviously it has MCP server, it has the opinionated docs. So in this case, it's going to check the configuration. It's going to go ahead and plan the move. It found the ID. I'll delete the old journal entry, import the new one. So in this case, let's delete dataset journal entry, dataset production. So in this case, it's going to try to delete. I don't think we want to delete. I mean, we just want to replace, but in this case, that's an error. Yeah. And the dataset must be all lowercase. No, so I don't want to delete. I want to do, oh, you could delete. Okay, you could do that, I guess. Let's see if it works anyway. No, we can't do that. Valid document ID. No, I just want to replace. Yeah. I'm putting replace. There you go. Yeah. So in this case, replace is better. So it's going to run it, but it'll just replace those with and it'll update the user IDs. So now, technically what I've done is I've populated my user. If I pull to refresh, I should have way more data now. So do a proper refresh. So entries. There you go. Look, feeling lonely, long walk helped, imposter syndrome, unexpected promotion. So this is a cool little way to mock data. And this is a good practice. Even knowing tricks like that make a difference. Like if you're in a production environment and being a good coder is often it's constantly just problem solving at different levels. That's what people don't realize. It's not just about building a fancy product. It's about problem solving at different levels and finding ways to test and things like that. So in this case, now I've mocked data into it, right? So now, for example, let's just speak to AI about it. So I'll say, last week I felt really good. Yeah. And now looking through journal entries, it sounds like last week was a bit of a roller coaster for you. Here's a glimpse of what you experienced. Promotion, joy on October 2nd, walk on reflection, October 4th. However, there's also some challenges, imposter syndrome, feeling lonely, you wrote about feeling very sad, despite trying to see moments of joy. Now, it's listing them out like this because it's a system prompt, but you could then say, don't ever sound too robotic, instead always talk to me as a human being, not like an assistant like this, like be a bit more human about it. That is all down to you, but that works. That is tool calling, right? So that is amazing to see, and I know that's cool. That's pretty cool. So in this case, you can see there, we have that little trick working. Now, how is it rendering this out, right? So if we go down here, I'll show you where the magic happens. So firstly, keyboard avoiding view. Just an example, if you do Command K, look, you see how it pops up the view? That's what a keyboard avoiding view is. This, very important, okay? Mainly, I want to show you the part about the messages. So here, messages. So we're applying different styles based on if you're the user or not. If the role is the user or not. If it's an assistant, then it'll be the robot face and then the other side. Now, if it's text, if it's come back as the AI as text, we've put here markdown, and then the style here is a bit bloated, right? So what I've done here is I've just basically used this markdown library. I've tapped into the styles. If it's a body, render it this way. If it's a paragraph, render it that way. Strong, so forth, links and so forth. Then the main part is the case here it's a switch statement. So if it's text, it'll render it out like that. Now here, I just said, do you have any video on prompt engineering? No. However, something very soon, like I keep saying, very soon, all you need to do is make sure you're on our email list. Sign up to get the code. You'll be on the email list, right? But yeah, I have something soon, which is it's next gen. That's all I'll say. It's going to help everyone get to this level, in my opinion, of understanding how to benefit from this AI rush, how to be the best of the best in this space. Still know the foundations, but go ahead and use the tooling of today's AI world to our advantage, because that is truly what the next gen developers are going to be doing. And the rest are going to get wiped the floor with, because you can move so fast now if you know what you're doing. You just need a good mentor. And here I am, and I'm going to give you something which is going to fix everything. I'm so excited about it. Case tool dash get all user general entries. So this is basically the tool name. So this is the way that they do it, tool dash and then the tool name. And then you see when it uses that tool, I just say reviewing all journal entries. When it's using that tool, I say using that, and so forth. And then you can also do case dash, and you see dynamic tool file reasoning. Reasoning is an interesting one as well. So you could even go ahead and do something like return part text. Let's ignore that for a sec. I just want to show you kind of an example here of if it did that. So let's just say, for example, tell me more. So here, tell me more. If I wanted to say something like, what about 2 weeks ago? Oops, I've gone ahead and bloody interrupted it. Oops. Yeah, so looking through journal entries, 2 weeks ago experience. So I don't think the reasoning, I mean, I need to properly do that. I've just kind of thrown it in there. But yeah, you can tap into reasoning, all that kind of stuff. Oh, by the way, yeah, I'm in 4.0. So I don't think 4.0 has reasoning. I don't think. 5 has reasoning. But anyway, yeah, that can be a big thing. Thank you, Alexander. I appreciate you, dude. And guys, with that, we are done. The app is done. We did it. In just under 4 hours. Yes, I was hoping that we could get it done. That is absolutely amazing, right? Like we have the full app in flow. I don't believe we missed anything at all. When it comes to Expo React Native apps, it's a lot more of a case of there's a bigger deployment step. So there'll be a case of, when you push to Expo, when you push to the Google Play Store, you have to set up an account. Apple Play Store, Apple Store, App Store, 4 hours live stream, forgive me. When you push the App Store, there's a whole process there as well. There is a step that made it a bit easier, which I want to show you right now. If you do Expo deploy, I forgot what it's called. I believe it's called, they've got a new thing, which is pretty cool. Deploy. So you can use EAS services, products. Expo submit. I think it was this. Submission is complete, auto submit. So, I mean, they have a few things, but there was a really fast thing that they had recently. I can't remember what it was called. It was a new tool that they had just released. Yeah, it was cool. But yeah, I mean, this will do a lot of that stuff for you. But yeah, the point is that Expo is making life easier. There's a lot of stuff when you consider building a native app that you kind of just want to focus on the main thing. Like even like notifications, they can handle that with this Notify. You've also got other services. Google Firebase can do it as well. You know, there's lots of options here. But effectively, yeah, this is how you can do it, right? Also, by the way, in case you're wondering, does anyone actually use this in Thing? Replit right there, use it, guys. And that's a pretty damn big app, right? So there's a lot of people do use this. Coinbase. Yeah, this is very well used. Oh, that's a famous app. I can't remember the name of it. What is that? That's gonna drive me crazy. Yeah, but anyway, we have it. That is absolutely awesome, guys. So the deployment step, if you want to know more about any of that stuff, then obviously feel free. Zero to Full Stack Hero or inner communities is where we will go ahead and we can talk about those kind of things. Siren goes, this was an incredible build, no doubt about it. It helped me figure some things out that I hadn't even considered either. Big respect once again, Sonny and Jay. I appreciate you so much. Someone says that the cursor logo. I think it was, you know. I think I actually just saw the same thing as well. I'm sure. No, I don't think it. I don't know. I mean, let's see. I mean, you could leave it there for a second. So, here's my favorite bar. I suppose. Okay, I'm not gonna wait for it. But anyway, yeah, there you have it, guys. So that was absolutely awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and do this the only way I know how to, right? But a few things I want to mention before. If you sticked around this long, then of course I appreciate you so much. If you're watching the replay, drop a little rocket emoji so I know you made it here. And also, if you're signing up to obviously the services that we use today, just please go ahead, use the links in the description. It allows us to do this for free, allows us to keep on doing what we do. There is so much happening behind the scenes that this stuff, like a simple like, can go so far, right? Yo, Frank, what is up, dude? Absolute OG member. He goes, legendary build, Sonny. Hi, Jay. 37-month OG. That is crazy to see that. Jay, screenshot that. That's actually really cool to see that. Frank, you're an OG. We absolutely love you. My God, that's so cool to see you. We're going to have to jump on a call at some point soon. Definitely message me. We can see what we can do. But yeah, guys, absolute banger of a build. So many things happened in this build today. We had React Native, Expo, Tamagui, Sanity CMS, Vercel AI SDK. We used MCP servers with Sanity, which was so cool because you guys got to see it in full action. And you saw, like, it just means that we get unblocked so much easier and we can offload a lot of the tedious work and the debugging steps. And we can truly go in the trenches with AI to help us figure out problems. It's just so cool to be able to do those things. And it's a lot more easier. It saves us so much time so we can focus on building awesome products. Right? We had TypeScript. I showed you cursors, agent functionality. We did Clerk Billing, authentication flows. We had feature-gated features, all that kind of, well, feature-gated features. Yeah, I guess feature-gated features. Absolutely awesome stuff. Now, all I will say to you guys, and I will leave it here on an absolute high, is we have an incredible thing coming. If you want to know all about it, then all I say is just pop your name and email in the code entry thing. You get the code for free, which is awesome. And also, I'll be able to reach out to you when we go ahead and announce something huge. It's going to be revolutionary, period. We've been working on it for a while. The community know roughly what it's about. But yeah, this is going to be an absolute game changer. And it's going to truly embrace that Papa Fam energy to a level which we've never done before. I appreciate all you guys so much. Cameo, that was it. Cameo, I knew it. That was the name of it. Thank you so much, guys. As always, it's your boy Papa React, and I will see you in the next video. Peace.